now live.
Call to order, councillors. Please ensure your mobile devices are turned to silent. It is 9 a.m. Welcome to the ordinary council meeting on the 18th of February 2025, the first meeting for 2025. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed to enable members of the public to observe council in its decision-making process. It is a requirement that I advise all present that the meeting is being live streamed, and I advise all present that your presence at this meeting is taken as consent that your image and your voice may be recorded and broadcast to the public by our live stream. Recordings of this meeting will remain on Council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of audio and or visual recording of the meeting requires prior permission. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Adam Matchett, Deputy Mayor Coburn, Councillor Annette Lawrence, Councillor Ben Pakes, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, and Councillor Noel Selby. Staff attending today are Stephen Mitchell, Acting General Manager, Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Wes Trotter, Director of Utilities, Daniel Thorogood, Acting Director Corporate and Commercial, Vicky Thomas, Acting Group Manager, Governance and Information Services, and Talia Randall, our Governance Advisor. We'll now move to our opening prayer. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this morning I'll be using the Lord's Prayer, our opening prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. It's not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. We'll now have acknowledgement of country from Councillor Lawrence in language. Thank you.
Yawaiwa, Maranga, Wandanandanga, Dungai Nui, and Naya Dangari Bana, Dangu Badi Ditton, Dangari Button Ditton, Naibu Bita, Narabu Wara, Wa Baku, Bangungakai, Malamagu, Dangari Badi Ditton, Dangu Maranga, Baria Ditton. Yeah. Hello and welcome. How are you all? My name is Annette. I'm a Dungari woman. This is my country. This is Dungari country. Our rivers, our plains, our mountains to the seas. This is our Dungari country. You all be well in this country.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence, for that welcome. We'll now have an acknowledgement of servicemen, women and families. Councillor Bain.
Council acknowledges servicemen, servicewomen and their families from the frontier wars, South Africa and Gallipoli and Kokoda, from Longtan to Uruzgan and all other conflicts and humanitarian deployments. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'd now like to acknowledge the passing of former Councillor Brian Souter, who served on Council for 20 years and made significant contributions in his time. I'd like to ask Councillor Saul, who attended his funeral on behalf of Council, to just say a few words about Councillor Souter, if you'd be so kind, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'll very recap my little speech on the day. Today is a solemn day because today is a day that we all come together to give thanks for the life of our mate, our neighbour, our colleague and our friend, Brian. For this day, I am here to pay my respects to two capacities. Firstly, as a former neighbour, farmer and friend, and secondly, representing Kempsey Shire Council. My comments today will be acknowledging his time serving our community. We all have our memories of him in different situations. Brian served the community as a Kempsey Shire for 2 decades. In 2007, he was presented the prestigious Local Government New South Wales Outstanding Service Award, and his name placed among others in history on the honour roll. Over his 20 years as a councillor, Brian was well known as a man of strong convictions, particularly when it came to ensuring that Kempsey sale yards remained in council hands. For the use of local farmers in times of emergency, especially when the Macleay River was about to burst its banks in flood. A place that cattle are traded, an important part of the Shire's economy. Brian relished being the chairman of the Council Sale Yards Committee. He and I were appointed delegates representing Council at such conferences, along with the Council Director at the time, Mr. Bruce Snape. During morning tea at one such conference, Brian led the way. and confronted the Minister for Agriculture. "Now listen," he said to the Minister and his departmental staffers. You can imagine him saying, "Very down to earth, Brian. The boys of the sale yards are doing a good job. We need money now to improve the site. We want those yards finished and to make Kempsey a regional selling centre." The bureaucrats were taken aback with such a direct approach, but guess what? A New South Wales government grant for the sale yards was given to council a few weeks later. Mr. Sale Yards, as then he was known at council, was quietly pleased with the outcome. Brian also had frank discussions with the Weight of Loads group. He believed they were too strict on our carriers and farmers. But Brian did have a finger on the pulse of the Lower Macleay. He spent considerable time consulting at the public at the Smithtown RSL Club. When asked by the then Mayor, Janet Hayes, what was the feeling on an issue, "She's right," he would say, and that was that. Brian, for a period, was Deputy Mayor, and he chaired the council meeting. There was no nonsense, a very straightforward and efficient meeting. Different type of council when Brian was Deputy. Whilst he wasn't a Kempsey Library user, he read and reread the monthly council business paper and wasn't afraid to ask questions of council management and managers at the meeting. Brian was also known for wanting to help people get their DAs and developments passed. "We need to help people, not hinder," was his beliefs. Let's find a way to get things moving. Over the years, on certain issues, I saw Brian's thoughts and his opinions, and we discussed it in the car shed, which in reality was his office. He would wave people down the driveway to talk as he worked on the spuds, wearing his famous flannel or singlet. Being a people person, you're always welcome to pull up a bucket to sit on and have a yarn. Sadly, our Shire has lost a character and a dedicated councillor. Therefore, officially on behalf of Kempsey Shire Council and Mayor Ring, acknowledge Brian's 20-year service to the community, thank Brian for his leadership, down-to-earth approach on community issues, and of course his humour. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. I'd now ask everyone in the chamber to silence. You may now all be seated. And thank you once again, Councillor Saul, for that very kind contribution to Councillor Souter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We'll now move to item 4, which is apologies. We have none. We'll now move to item 5, confirmation of minutes. Do I have a mover? Councillor Pakes, seconder Councillor Matchett. Is there any debate? I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. We'll now move on to item 6, which is disclosures of interest. Do we have any? None. I will now move on to item 7, which is items passed by exception. And there is a recommendation. Before we move the motion or take questions, do councillors want to remove any items so they may speak to them or vote against them? None at this stage.
Just a question.
Oh, yep, Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The 12.2 it's in confidential. Is it passed by exception at this page? That's right, isn't it?
Correct. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to I'd like to express a concern about. Oh no, sorry, I've just said the wrong thing. I've looked at the wrong thing. It's not on the items by exception as to be debated. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay, Councillor Bain. Is there any other questions on the items in the block? No. Well, do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Bain, seconder, Councillor Selby. Thank you. Is there any dissent? None. I declare it carried. Thank you. We'll now move to item 8.1, which is a mayoral minute. I did send this mayoral minute around this morning to councillors for your information, but I don't need a mover. I don't need a seconder, sorry. So I'll move the motion. And I would like to move a motion of thank you to Stephen Mitchell for his service to council over the past 7 years. Stephen has made a significant and lasting impact on Kempsey Shire Council over the last 7 years, driving positive change and delivering key outcomes for the organisation and the community. And I know we often reflect on councillors' contributions to community, but I really think it's worthwhile to appreciate the work that staff do, particularly when you sacrifice, time and sometimes your health to do what you think is the best thing. One of Stephen's most significant achievements, and the one I'm sure he's most proud of, has been transforming council's organisational culture. Through his leadership, council has become a more engaged, high-performing and positive workplace, resulting in increased staff satisfaction and recognition as employer of choice, winning the award not once but twice. Stephen has also played a critical role in strengthening council's financial sustainability, modernising operations and improving service delivery. He was instrumental in securing $10 million in funding for the sale yard redevelopment, ensuring its long-term future and continued benefit to local producers. Separately, Stephen was a driving force behind securing support for the Country University Centre Macleay Valley, significantly expanding local education opportunities and access to tertiary study. His economic development and tourism leadership resulted in significant initiatives, such as the improvement to the Macleay Coast holiday parks, cruise ship visitation at Trial Bay, and the creation of the Five Headlands Trail. Stephen also championed stronger community engagement, ensuring council remained attuned to the needs and aspirations of the Kempsey Shire community. Under his leadership, council took a more proactive approach to engaging with its residents, listening to their concerns and fostering greater transparency. His work in shaping the community engagement strategy helped strengthen trust between council and the community, ensuring that public input played a meaningful role in decision-making. Stephen's commitment to building a stronger, more resilient and community-focused council has left a lasting legacy, and his leadership will be felt for years to come. On behalf of the council and the community, we thank Stephen for his dedication to leadership over the last 7 years. His contributions have made a real and lasting difference, and he will always be remembered fondly by those who worked closely with him. We hope in the next chapter, Stephen, you find some more balance, or at the very least, please stop sending people emails at 4 o'clock in the morning. We wish you best in your next chapter with Trish and your 3 wonderful kids, and hope that you can spend more time together, whether it's watching cricket or Liverpool or travelling. I will now open up to councillors if you would like to contribute. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Mitchell, or Stephen, to be informal, we owe you as a council a great deal of debt and gratitude, because you have worked your backside off for this community. And we do appreciate that. I'm not trying to be facetious, but we do appreciate what you've done. I mean, you've worked, and the staff have appreciated that. They respected you. They still do, of course. But the point is, we as a community respect you. You've been our face in public engagement, and you've always been someone who is approachable. You've always been someone who, a question can be asked that you will happily answer. And I think it's our loss to lose you. And I'm sorry to see you go. Personally, I think for many here feel the same. But over the years I've known you, I think you've changed our council for the better. And, I think now we have to find someone of your calibre to continue, and that won't be easy. So again, good luck with your new career. We will miss you, and hope you're happy where you are. Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am to you for increasing my learning around all things finance, budget, savings, accounting. You always you let me ask really what I think sometimes are a bit dumb questions, and you give me really straight answers. I find you very authentic and sharing. I'm looking forward to not having emails at 4 a.m, and I don't send emails at 4 a.m. I just thought that when I watched you with the community engagement over the SRV and the IPNR documents, I thought your leadership really shined. I thought you were fantastic in those forums, and I too am sad to see you go, but wish you all the best. And I am really grateful for your support and help and learning.
Councillor Selby.
You know, I'd just like, excuse me, to say thank you. Any questions I've put to you, especially in the time I've been in council and prior to it, anything I asked you, you gave me an honest answer. You've been a pleasure to work with. I just wish you'd learned to punt properly and you'd be all right. Thanks for your help, mate. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Yes, I'd like to say thanks to Stephen for working together. That deep dive into financial reporting and really deepening my understanding of how the the various reports need to be read and kept in perspective. And I'd like to acknowledge your courage, particularly during the SRV time when you were out there in community, laying it out for people what the decisions were and what the consequences might be. And I know we have hard decisions, and thank you very much for your time with us and your support of me I'm a better councillor because I've known you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I'd just like to wish you all the best, Stephen. We didn't have much time together, but I always enjoyed our conversations. You're always really open, and open communication style is something I'm a big fan of. I think you have brought a lot to council, particularly, dragging it into the 21st century. Improving processes is always really important. We haven't always agreed on things, but I think we've worked well together. And I really do wish you the best in your next role. I think it's probably, something you wouldn't have done lightly. I know you would have really considered this. And I'm sure your family will be glad to see a lot more of you. So best of luck in the future. And as I said, I just really want to thank you for what you brought to council.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. If there's no, Councillor Pakes.
Stephen, I've been the source of many a question, and that smile on your face now has been pretty much your approach to answering. You haven't really been thrown off by anything, and I think your work ethic is probably the biggest standout to me. And seeing how much work you actually put in, the community doesn't see it. It needs to be recognised and absolutely understood how much work it takes to do your job, and it is an infectious thing that your behaviour is. It is infectious to your organisation. So yeah, I take my hat off to you for that, and always turning up with a bit of wit, a bit of humour. It diffuses a lot of things and makes things a lot easier. You do it well. So yeah, good luck with all your future endeavours, mate, with you and your family, and whatever your cricket endeavours happen to be. You missed out on Sri Lanka, but it wasn't that good a series. Well done.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Pakes, and thank you, councillors, for those contributions. They were really, really lovely. Thank you, Stephen. I won't say anything else because I probably might cry. So I'll just I'll just put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We'll now move to item 9, which is reports of committees. There are none. We'll now move to item 10.1, which is the integrated planning and reporting assumption. And I'll ask Acting General Manager Stephen Mitchell to introduce this motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought my work was all done after those nice comments. So still got an important agenda. So councillors, item 10.1 is a comprehensive report that seeks council's endorsement to implement the IPART approved 15% rate increase from 1 July 2025 for the purposes of developing our suite of integrated planning and reporting documents. Obviously, you've all had an opportunity to have a read of the report. What it does attempt to do is to provide some historical background of sustainability challenges, the decision made by IPART based on our SRV application, and also provide an overview of the feedback that we received through our own community engagement recently, but also through the Micromex survey regarding services and service levels. It also talks about the steps we've taken over the last 8 months since the IPART determination was handed down. And then on the back of that, the resulting financial scenarios that we've modelled and the impacts of those scenarios, particularly in relation to the impacts on the ratepayers across the 4 rating categories. There are some key points that I would like to just take this opportunity to highlight. The recommendation within the report aligns with the IPART approval and IPART's independent assessment of our SRV application. So as everyone's aware, the I in IPART is independent, and they are independent, and their approval was based, of the partial approval of our SRV was based on the fact that they agreed that council had an identified need for an increase in rates, and that the rate increase was not only necessary but reasonable. And there are a few references within the IPART determination that are worth particularly highlighting because they're relevant for today. And some of those are included obviously in the council report, but there's probably 4 that I will just bring to your attention. These are words that have come directly from the IPART determination. So our decision will allow council to maintain a stable financial position over the next 2 years while it undertakes the work required to establish whether it can reduce its cost and improve its financial sustainability through alternative means. We consider the impact of our decision on ratepayers is reasonable. We considered approving a temporary special variation, but found this is not a sustainable solution for addressing the council's systemic operational deficit and financing challenges. And on balance, the council demonstrated it has a financial need for the special variation to improve its financial sustainability, maintain existing services and service levels, and maintain healthy debt serviceability ratios in line with its community strategic plans. So they direct statements from IPART who undertook that independent assessment of our special variation. We've made a number of savings already, and I know that was a key area of concern through the SRV process. So prior to putting in the SRV application and indeed reference within the SRV application, there was about $8 million of savings that have been made over the preceding sort of 5 or 6 years. And since the time of the SRV determination being handed down, we've actually identified another $1.5 million of savings. Now, those savings have been built into the forecast that you've seen. And some of those are commitments that have been made, which we actually need to go away and make sure that we can actually execute on those savings. So, quite a significant amount of savings have already been factored into the forward financial forecast, and that's the list of those that we provided to councillors last week. In addition, we've clearly identified that we need to find another $1 million of annual savings, and that isn't currently in the forecast. That we actually need to target so that we can get into a situation where we're actually got modest operating surpluses in the general fund. So it gives us that financial capacity and flexibility to absorb the unknowns. So those things that may happen that we're not anticipating, and we've got the actual financial ability to be able to deal with those. And that $1 million we're committed to finding. We haven't solved that yet, and so there's a fair bit of work that needs to actually happen in relation to that. Should councillors not approve the 15% increase that's been approved by IPART, then the savings target over and above those savings that we've achieved today will be around about $4 million per year. So in the absence, and what I talked about in the briefing last night, in the absence of significant service level reduction, that target would require some long-term transformational change to achieve, and it'd be outside what could realistically be delivered by the council staff. Also likely be outside what the scope in its current design of the Revenue and Review Task Force, just given the size and scale of that. And so it obviously would be a massive body of work. And I think the other thing just to reflect on is if the councillors choose to resolve to go that way, then there would need to be some external support in form of consultants or whatever to be able to achieve savings of that level. So that would need to be considered because in making savings of that size is a large project which will take a number of years to deliver. And I guess you just need to be aware that in the interim you'll continue to maintain those operational deficits that we've got at the moment. We understand and acknowledge the impact on ratepayers, and we understand that does have an impact. It's not lost on staff. We have tried, and this is the same as what we talked about through the SRV process, to find other solutions around this. IPART's determination was a partial approval, and for the reasons that I've already alluded to, and we're aware that even implementing that partial approval has an impact on ratepayers. However, it will have a big impact on council and council services and the community if we don't do it. I would encourage you to consider that in terms of the decision making today. A 15% increase, and it's clearly articulated in the report, equates to an increase for an average residential ratepayer of $206, which is $153 more than what would be the case if just the rate peg of 3.9% was applied. So I guess in summary, the recommendation within the report, it aligns to the independent assessment that the regulator has done, and for the reasons that they approved that partial approval of our special rate variation, and it's also based on the professional expertise of the staff. And so, I would, I guess, commend that recommendation to you for your consideration, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I now need a mover. Councillor Saul, do we have a seconder? Councillor Matchett. I know this will be a lengthy discussion, councillors, but we'll firstly try and open up to questions and then try and move into speeches a little bit later, just so everyone has a little bit of an equal footing in terms of the information that we have. Would anyone like to begin with questions at this time? Or Councillor Saul, sorry, would you like to move the motion and open debate?
Madam Mayor, yes, if I may. I speak to it now or wait till questions are asked to the G? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, again, this is another hard decision for council to make, but a most important one. If we do not fund our council services, our community is worse off. If we do not make sure there's provision for funding in our budgets, then we can't go forward. Madam Mayor, an important part of being a councillor is to make sure it provides the council with the funds to do its services. I said that again beforehand, to make the point that we must make sure we don't take the easy way out at times, because it's politically easy. We must do the right thing by our community and our ratepayers to make sure they have the services. Just imagine this. If we start cutting services, like our playing fields aren't being mown. Imagine little fellas going out to play soccer and they can't find the ball because it's in the long grass. Those sort of things. Madam Mayor, we are going forward. We had a Micromex survey. The community was quite strong in that they don't want services reduced. They want their services maintained and improved. They want their roads improved. They want things to be done. And to do so, we have to fund it. We won't fund it if we only go for partial rate rise. It won't happen. We need the full 15% to make sure we can, as a community, have the services we need and expect. People want a nice, clean town. They want these things. And how are we going to pay for that? We can't be going out to borrow. That just doesn't make sense. We cannot put ourselves into more debt. We have to fund our own way. We have to be, Madam Mayor, financially responsible. We have to have financial sustainability. And we have to make sure in doing so that we do this in the correct manner, that the SRV was done on. IPART have said that they believe it's the correct way to do. If we don't follow their advice, if we don't follow our staff advice, it can be a major hole for us to climb out of. So I urge councillors to think very carefully what sort of community they want. And if we do not fund that community expectations, if we do not fund it properly, then we are worse off. And that would be A very sad thing to see. I urge you to think very carefully and support the recommendation by the staff. This report, councillors, has been very thorough. I've never seen a 10-page report before done so well. So again, thanks to Stephen, Mr. Mitchell, our other staff, to be so precise and to give an argument so, authoritatively. Let's not bail on this. Let's get this done. And then in another 2 years, we can show the community just how well we've done. We have a good community. We have a good system. And I think overall, they'll be quite pleased with us, saying, yes, you've taken hard decisions for the betterment of the Macleay. I'll leave it to the other speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Do we have any questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I was just wanting questions about road. Oh, sorry. I just want to ask a few questions about roads, if I may, please. First question is, what roads within Kempsey are state managed roads?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Essentially, it's only the highway itself, the freeway, is a state managed road, and the Kempsey Traffic Bridge is a state managed asset, but the roads leading either side of it are not. So it's just the freeway.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. Okay. Then my next question is irrelevant. A state road that is managed by by state, is there any contribution to council? That's irrelevant because there is none. So what are the roads that Kempsey Shire is advocating to transfer to state management? Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We've previously progressed quite a long way on the Kempsey Armidale Road, essentially through up to our border.
Transferring or advocating for feeder roads to be transferred, like those tourist roads. So based on what you've just mentioned, is that sort of advocating and hoping to transfer all urban roads to the state government for management? Mr. Jackson.
The state government actually put together a committee which went through their own recommendations and put up recommendations to the state government. However, we understand that they've essentially all been rejected now. So all of those potential road transfers are no longer on the table.
Councillor White.
That's very interesting. Okay, so some of those feeder roads, the east-west ones, out to Armidale, north-south, out to the tourist areas, can experience lots of large trucks, caravans, heavy vehicles. A major development can also increase the volume and weight of vehicles on those roads. Does Kempsey Council receive any, in addition to grant, any subsidy, anything, any taxes, any revenue to maintain those roads, given their high volume and high weights on those roads?
Mr. Jackson.
We don't receive anything specifically tagged to each of those roads. We do get the roads to recovery and other forms of funding through the state government, but nothing specifically tagged for those roads.
Thank you. That's it.
Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, mine's probably a supplementary to that. Given the Oven Mountain project up west of our town, and our main road up there being the main arterial road to supply all products to that site. In this forward estimates, is there any allowance for the potential beginning of that project and its influence on the budget going forward?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The Oven Mountain project is identifying where they need additional works done on the road to fit the loads and weights that they're forecasting. So those are being factored into their budgets and for works that they would undertake on our road. We haven't specifically budgeted for additional works on the road ourselves outside of all the slip fixes and the additional seal through PD. The road they're being done and the use of the road by Oven Mountain will also be subject to dilapidation survey, so we will be holding them accountable if the road suffers more than usual due to in other sections or in the sections that they've upgraded when that is undertaken, if their loads go through.
Councillor Pakes.
So from a budgetary position and a decision-making position, the maintenance cost at that time won't be footed by Kempsey Shire Council. Is that a fair enough assumption if there's deterioration?
Mr. Jackson.
There will be some maintenance work undertaken on the roads as per normal, but yeah, anything specifically that can be attributed to the sort of loads and volumes of traffic that are occurring over that extended period will be dealt with through an agreement with the Other Mountain project.
Councillor Pakes.
So next line of questioning, in another section of the council papers, there's a development which is subject to a change, and the change is because of sea level rise. That's put a metre floor level difference between that development. So basically, if you're within coastal areas and you're an impact of a sea level rise area, your construction is 1 metre higher. How in the budget papers has that 1 metre high construction costs been calculated? Has there been an allowance made for the increased construction price, then transferred to the construction fees collected for, the contribution fees collected by council, etc.? Is there any calculation for that?
Yep, you can add to it.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and Director Jackson may want to add to this. So in terms of the budget development, Councillor Pakes, it'll be based on a whole lot of assumptions. And so some of those specifically in terms of the number of those may not necessarily be reflected in the forward forecasts over the 10 years, because it's very hard to determine. You'll always get small ups and downs around the budget. And I think what we're talking about, to be honest, you're playing around the edges with some of this. If it increases and has a positive impact, absolutely, as that plays out, then that will be factored in. I don't, and Director Jackson might add to this in terms of the materiality around that, because it is only up to 1 metre, and that won't necessarily affect a whole lot of other properties necessarily. But yeah, so it won't necessarily be reflected in the forecasts now, and will reflect it once we get more certainty around some of those items.
Mr. Jackson.
Add to that, Madam Mayor. At this point in time, there's no intention to raise roads, so our infrastructure is not going to be raised by a metre. It's actually the buildings and potentially lots in new developments. So if there is a new subdivision, for instance, their infrastructure will be raised and then handed to us in that state. So as in terms of a cost to council, if we were to raise our infrastructure by a metre, we'd be forming dams and changing water flows, etc., which would be far more complex. So yeah, our own infrastructure won't be being raised, and cost-wise, we wouldn't be seeing the impacts of that directly in our long-term planning.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Pakes.
So as part of the information delivered to councillors over the last week, we've had a local government sustainability document, 68 pages of initial findings to the councillors. This is a report into local government. It's delivered initial findings. How and what effect would findings from a federal inquiry into the sustainability of local government impact our numbers going forward?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can't answer that because it depends on what they do with the interim findings. So the report, which I read in full over the weekend, didn't say a whole lot. And didn't say anything more that wasn't already covered in the inquiry that came out of the state government process that had been undertaken last calendar year, and which the draft report came out in November. Essentially, what the report that was issued on Friday just summarises the key themes. So it's all the stuff that we've talked about here at council. It's all the stuff that local government New South Wales has advocated for, and the councillors who attended the conference in Tamworth in November will have heard, and I guess really clearly outline the impacts on the local government sector that are being felt from a financial perspective. And so the report that has come out from this federal government inquiry largely just summarises that this is what we've heard. It makes no comment in terms of necessarily or what the solutions are, and indeed who's going to be responsible for those solutions. So additionally, there's no time frame that's been put on a further update around the federal government's response to that, and given that they control the allocation of funding in relation to the financial assistance grants, and there's different states to then find their way to councils, there's no sort of clear pathway around that. And that's probably consistent with what we've experienced ever since I've been here for the 7 years, in terms of that advocacy continually around asking for a greater share of the taxation revenue but that to actually have that change happen is a big policy change with some fairly significant financial impacts. So I was, to be fair, underwhelmed by the report that came out on Friday, to be honest, because it didn't say anything of any significance. What will be of more interest is the one from a state government perspective, which there were 17 recommendations from memory, and that was released in November with a commitment from the government to provide responses to that within 3 months, which would be at the end of February. Again, a lot of the recommendations which was shared with councillors when that was released largely sort of ties back to grants and financial assistance grant as being the main saviour, but the states can only advocate on that to the Commonwealth. So I'll be interested to see if there's any changes that come out of that and what impact that has in terms of any potential changes in terms of the future funding model. There's absolutely no certainty around that. And as I said, it's been a conversation that's been happening in terms of advocacy to get a greater share of that since way before I've started working in the sector.
Councillor Pakes.
So reading the federal interim findings, my general gist of it is that all councils across New South Wales can't meet their financial obligations for maintenance. That's my general gist of the feedback. Is that what you got?
In fact, it's all councils across Australia, because it's a report across from a federal perspective.
So hence the reason why, considering findings that may be beneficial to local government in long-term plans, there may be a change in the playing field. And specifically what you mentioned about the New South Wales findings, they're not due until the end of the month. Is that right?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the recommendations out of that Senate inquiry were published in November. It's the government's response to those, which are expected by the end of February. Now, they've made that commitment. As we know, sometimes those commitments are met and sometimes they're not. Ideally, we'd like to see that response from what they're going to do from a policy position. But obviously, some of that, as I said, may not necessarily be something that the state government controls if they try and push that back in terms of onto the federal government in terms of reinstating back to 1% that share for financial assistance grants. There's a whole lot of if, buts and maybes, and in terms of the timeframes around some of that, there's no certainty at all. And I guess that's part of the challenge and part of what I talked about in the briefing last night. In the absence of any clear policy changes and commitments from higher levels of government, all we can do is deal with the issues that we've got in front of us. There's no certainty around increased funding. If that was the case, then that would make it far better for us in terms, particularly with increased funding. And we have done that where, which we've talked about with the councils and which is articulated in the report, is that there was an increase in the roads to recovery funding, which is great. That's a 5-year agreement or funding deed. We've included that in the financials. What we have done then is we've just extrapolated that out over years 6 to 10 of the long-term financial plan on the basis that continues, and it continues at the same level as what it will be in the 5th year. Now, again, there's no certainty around that, but that's the best assumption that we can for the purposes of our financial forecasting. And I know in the past we've been criticised about being conservative on some of ours, potentially a risk that could potentially be considered as being slightly aggressive if that funding doesn't continue. But as we have done, and as I've stated on a number of occasions in council meetings, our financial forecasts are based on the best assumptions we've got at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Pakes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, do you want to just let someone else have a go for a bit?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, share it around.
Councillor Lawrence.
You mentioned that if the 15% wasn't approved, that there would be possibility of a consultant of some sort that would need to be looked at. And you mentioned that in the past that this was used back in 2017, I believe. I just wanted to ask what the findings were and was that successful?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, I mean, that's I'm forfeiting decision rights around the engagement of consultants, and if that's needed, that would be a decision based on what council decides today and whoever sits in this chair longer term. But I guess that's what I'm was inferring from that is that if we make a decision to go with the rate peg only, is a $4 million deficit year on year. What we have done already, so even putting aside the savings that have been achieved over the preceding years leading up to the SRV, we've committed to $1.5 million worth of savings and have found those savings, and those have been factored in. We would then need to find another $4 million. We just staff don't have the capacity all the time to be able to do that, and to make changes of that size off a operating expenditure base of the size of this requires, would require a major transformational change, which you would only be able to do. You would need resources to do that, because the people sitting here are already sending emails at 4 o'clock or whatever they're in trouble for doing to try and just do the BAU. And so the reality is of embarking on a project to rip that much cost out of an organisation, you need to turn it upside down and shake it and change it around. And the staff just don't have the capacity to do that. That would be what would be required. The exercise that was done in 2017, which obviously predated me, was an organisational review, very much focused around organisational culture and looking at the model going forward. So there's some recommendations around that. Largely, a lot of the work that was done when the new management team started in 2018 was to implement some of those findings. And so, first and foremost, the biggest change has been around the change and the improvement in the organisational culture, which is personally, I think it's been quite significant. And the other part was around, I guess, putting in place or establishing, a reasonable standard of corporate governance, which probably wasn't there in the past, and improving in disciplines like our asset management, which had been underinvested in. And so that's been where, I guess, the main parts that have come out of that work that was done, 8 years ago. What's required here, if council were to resolve to not increase by the approved 15%, would be very much focused on cost and getting back to a balanced budget position, because you just can't continue to have deficit after deficit without a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Bain, then Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I've been wrestling with this for a while and looking at the, I'm quite interested in like the scenario 4 where we could split the rates increase. But thanks, Stephen, for giving me the advice that if we were to go for like a 7.5 rate increase this year instead of the 15, going halves, then it would be an 11.52, a greater increase next year, because we need to reach the same quantum, and which is the 5.8 million in total in general income is what's needed. My question is, what if we turned it around the other way and said, like, if we were to do like 12% this year, and then what would the percentage look like next year? I'm sorry to throw this one at you, because I'm just interested in the modelling. I would say it's easier for people to swallow that it's a lowering each year, do a smaller one than a big one. But then there's the other point is, if we don't do the full 15%, then we're going to have to borrow to fill the gap. So just some thoughts about a larger, not 15, maybe 11 or 12, and then what would the top up be needed in the following year-ish?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. If council were to resolve that way, then you would be looking at probably about a 7% or something the following year. And so you're sort of almost just reversing around what one of the existing scenarios is at the moment. You're still locked in with that situation, albeit not as big as the scenarios 3 and 4, where you'd still be sort of locking in a deficit. Those financial models basically just get back to break even, right? And that's why we've still got that target, even in the situation that there is a 15% rate increase, of still targeting another $1 million of savings so that we can get to this modest operating surplus over the 10-year long-term financial plan to provide that buffer or that financial capacity to deal with the unknowns. Again, we've considered these scenarios internally, Councillor Bain, and could have put forward 10 scenarios in the report. We've put what we think is just a reasonable number to give councillors and the community an understanding of the impacts of some various scenarios. Again, obviously from a staff's perspective, our recommendation is what IPART approved. And that would be to do the 15%. You don't know what's coming down the pipeline in outer years. That could be positive or negative, and you can deal with it. And if we get to the situation that we're able to find further savings, you've put the rates up by the 15% in accordance with the IPART approval, and then all of a sudden we're in this state where other funding starts to appear, then there's nothing to prevent council, as other councils have done, of not implementing the rate peg for a particular year at all, if you were to be back into a financial position that would enable that in a couple of years' time. So you could actually just hold rates steady. Again, probably wouldn't be my recommendation because you're locking that in. But if things change so markedly, then that would be a consideration for council at that point in time. My recommendation, and as I referred to in the response to Councillor Pakes a minute ago, is we've got to deal with the issue that is now, and based on the information we know at the moment, and I guess that's deal with it with the 15%, which is approved by IPART, and which they've assessed, and then if circumstances change for better or worse, then you respond to that as that information becomes available.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. I just want to refer to the previous or current long-term financial plan, where it talks about, first of all, obviously the consolidated amount, which has the $4 million cumulative deficit over the next 10 years, which reflects the $25 million deficit for the general fund. I guess the thing that jumps out to me about this, and my question is going to be based around this, is if we look just at the general fund, because this is what basically we're talking about, that even when we approve we've already approved the 7.9%, so that's currently in motion, and we look at the additional 15% for this year and the following 9 years after this, we're still looking at $339 million in a capital program specifically for the general fund. Now, council is saying they're going to need to borrow $73 million in loans with the assumption and the expectation they will receive $127 million in grant funding from external sources. Again, something that can't be guaranteed, but I understand that's an assumption. Can you outline, please, if the 15% isn't applied and we look at just the rate peg, what that borrowing number is going to look like, please?
Mr. Mitchell.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. So before I answer that last part of the question, just there was a comment you made around the certainty around the capital grant. So just to be very clear, the way we budget from a long-term financial planning perspective for capital grants, we will include capital grants where we've got certainty, so where we've got the funding deed, and then it drops down to a reasonably low base level on the basis that we don't know. So if you were to look at the year-on-year capital grant forecast, the first 2 to 3 years, and particularly at the moment where we've got this, we're still at the sort of the tail end of this natural disaster funding, we'll have a significant amount of capital grant funded projects in our plan, and then it drops down over a, sort of like by the time you get to year, say 3 or 4, to a more modest level, because in the absence of any known natural disasters, because we don't know if there's going to be any of those or not, or whether the funding indeed would follow from those, we just drop that assumption down, so to where it's I guess a more conservative, realistic assumption in the absence of any events, what that would actually look like. So there is a bit of certainty around. We're not like we've got this big capital grant forecast going out at all. We're actually take a conservative view of that because there is no certainty around that particular revenue path going forward. I guess to answer this, the question that came at the end there, Councillor Coburn, if I miss other bits, then just remind me. So the adopted long-term financial plan, which Council adopted in June last year for the general fund, had $73 million of loans. That in the situation, if you only go with rate peg, that would be $85 million of loans over the 10 years. Now, people sort of may ask, well, why it's not a massive increase, $12 million over 10 years, and one assumption or one scenario being the one was adopted in June had the 15% in there, and this one is at a rate peg only. What that updated scenario that would have $85 million of loans reflects is the fact that we've had a whole lot of changed assumptions which we've flowed through the model. So, and these are some of the items that we've talked about in the council report. So the financial assistance grant ended up being slightly higher. So we've profiled that in over the 10 years. Obviously, that has a positive impact. The improved roads to recovery funding that I referred to before, that has a positive effect. We've updated the assumptions given the information we know now, and that scenario would mean that if Kempsey increase the rates at the rate peg at 3.9%, then the required loans for the general fund would be $85 million. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Thank you. So just as another question within that question, I suppose, when we look particularly in reference to that general fund about the borrowing that's required, what portion of that is for operational or OPEX compared to CAPEX?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. This is a really interesting sort of question, and not necessarily always easy to answer. So let me have a crack, and then I can have another go if I don't do a good job of it. In an ideal sense, our capital expenditure, just forget new assets, investment in new assets, or grant funded. If we're just talking about replacement of existing assets using council funds, that we would generate sufficient cash flow to be able to pay for our own capital expenditure, right, without having to borrow. Now, the nature of the long-term nature of assets means that there'll always be some borrowings, and that reflects that intergenerational equity concept, so that if you've got a long life asset, that the people who are going to get the benefit of that asset are the ones who are contributing to it. What we're in a situation at the moment where we're running big deficits is that the free cash flow that we would otherwise generate if our revenue was higher to offset our operating expenditure, given that we're in a deficit position, we don't have anywhere near the cash flow to be able to fund that replacement capital, and therefore we have to borrow significantly more than what we would otherwise to fund that. Now, in some people, it's not necessarily directly funding an operating deficit, but it is in a way, because our operating result is so poor and is in a deficit position. So whilst we're really only borrowing to fund the capital, it's because our operating loss is of a scale and size that we don't generate those cash flows to be able to fund that ourselves.
Okay, so in other words, we are using that to cover the shortfall.
Yeah, in a way, because in an ideal world, and if we had a balanced budget position, our cash flows from our revenue side would be enough to offset our operating expenditure, and then fund the depreciation, which is a term that local government love to talk about, which is effectively the replacement of our existing assets.
Councillor Coburn.
So if we look back to 2017, when the real focus on financial sustainability was identified as being probably the highest priority for council moving forward, the three funds was identified as $18 million in borrowing. $13 million of that was for the general fund. Is that consistent with previous years, or has that been steadily on the increase?
Mr. Mitchell.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so let me just clarify one thing for a start. So the primary focus from 2017 was more around organisational culture and transformation. And one of the first things that we did as part of that, in addition to sort of doing some of the org culture work, was then identifying that the financial sustainability needed to have a clear strategy and a whole lot of work, right? So it was one of the first things when I started. I was like, wow, we need to do a lot of work in this space. In terms of the loans, it's been the last 5 years particularly have been a very unusual time, and I think I've talked about this council meetings, and it may have been more in the council and the council Coburn. But during that period of time, we've had unprecedented, obviously, natural disasters. So we had the 2019 bushfires, and we had the 21 and 22 floods, and then we've had COVID over the top of that. And so there's a whole lot of the focus, I guess, in terms for us as an organisation during that period, really had a shift towards response and recovery. So a lot of effort from council in terms of responding to those natural disasters, and then the recovery efforts associated with that. Now, whether that's community development work or recovery in terms of asset restoration and replacement, etc. With that has come a whole lot of funding, and that we've benefited, like a lot of LGAs have, on the back of that funding. So our borrowings have been not consistent during that period because we've had a whole stack of work to do in terms of the response to those particular events, and where we were fortunate enough to get some grant funding. Now, often you're only just replacing assets that have been damaged. That said, we had some stimulus funding, things like the sale yards that Councillor Saul referred to before is a perfect example of that. So our borrowings, we haven't borrowed every year, and we made a conscious decision when interest rates hit pretty much an all-time low that we borrowed significantly more for the general fund at that stage and locked in like really advantageous rates on a larger loan because we get the benefit of that in terms of the repayment. And so it hasn't been a consistent thing. What we have seen and what I've said consistently is now that we're popping through the back end of that holiday, if you like, that we've had as a result of unprecedented grant fund, historically low interest rates, has finished. So the level of grant funds, and you will see this if you have a look at the quarterly grant summary, the level of grants that are available and that we're applying for is substantially lower. For the people who've been in the industry a lot longer, they'll say that period was like they've never seen anything like that before. And I know the previous general managers made that comment on a number of occasions. So we had this holiday, if you like, through that period. Where we popped out now, interest rates are a lot higher. The grants aren't there, albeit that Michael and his team and Wes have still got some projects, which, and particularly in Michael's case, which are grant funded, which we're still delivering. Yeah, we're now at that stage where what you'll see with the loans and that you referred to last year, we've taken out, and the borrowings that had to happen in June, in the absence of fixing up the either through revenue or substantially stripping out costs from an operating expenditure perspective, that will continue and that will go up, and that's what's being reflected in these financial forecasts.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Coburn.
Sorry, just one last question. So in regard to obviously the impact of natural disasters and COVID in particular was something that extraordinarily and affected worldwide. Now, you'd stated that you undertook borrowings at very low interest rates. What was that money expended on?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that was to effectively, in the same way as the borrowings are going forward, to offset the fact that operating surplus to fund our capital expenditure. It's just that we just did a big amount in 1 year. I don't think we had borrowings the year either side of that. I need to double check that. But it was largely still to borrow to deliver the work that we still needed to deliver, and was on the back of the fact that we weren't in a surplus position and generating the level of cash flow to fund that ourselves. So the underlying reasons are the same. It was just that the circumstances around that and the timing were impacted by things like the natural disasters and COVID. Natural disasters, obviously, we don't want them. In the case of the ones that we've had through the fires and the floods over the last 5 years, additional funding's come through in relation to that, but that's still to just repair or replace largely assets that are those events. What it means is that in some cases, whilst we may not necessarily then do some of our own work or do less of our work because we're focused on fixing the assets that have been directly impacted by the natural disasters, it has the adverse impact in a lot of cases that then the other asset management work that we would like to do, we don't get to do. And then by the time we get around to do that, the condition of those assets has deteriorated further, and then often the cost to address those assets or to replace them is more than what it would have otherwise because of cost escalation or because the asset has deteriorated further than when you would otherwise do it. So the natural disaster funding is good on one hand because it helps us address some of those assets that have been impacted, but other stuff then gets neglected just because of where the priority is at the time, and then that then pushes this sort of other financial issue down the road, which then we then start to deal with. The other thing is that natural disaster funding only is available for certain assets, and so for our water and sewer assets, we don't get any funding to assist with any repairs that need to happen after a natural disaster event. Obviously, in a situation of like a Lismore, which has been particularly bad, I think they probably have. And Councillor Trotter would be able to talk more about that. But that's because, not Councillor Trotter, gosh, sorry, Director Trotter. Now I've really thrown myself. Yeah, so for large events like that, but largely for us, the rest of our dealing with those events on our water and sewer network, we don't get any funding to help with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Coburn.
So just one follow-up question to that then. So I guess the community as a whole would certainly understand the impacts, they live through it on the ground that time. Was there anything within that council has created some sort of resilience plan so that it's not so reactive moving forward, so that is not going to expose council again in that way?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can maybe application question to Councillor Coburn. Are you talking about financial resilience, or are you talking?
Yes.
No, because we were just dealing with as I said, the initial actions during that period were around response and then recovery. We're not in a financial position. This is the problem we've got. That's why I'm saying we need to be generating operating surpluses, however modest they are. And as we're saying, we're targeting, $500,000, $2 million so that we can build some of that resilience up. At the moment, the scenarios that are in the council report in front of you, even the 15% rate increase scenario essentially is just break even. So over 10 years, it's about a $3 million in total operating surplus over 10 years. We would still be targeting to try and find an additional $1 million in savings so that we can start to build that reserve or resilience fund or whatever you might want to call it, so that we can deal with situations like this, where we have no financial capacity to deal with the unknown, right, and the unexpected. And if events happen, we've got a small amount of unrestricted cash which we manage. And in one of the reports, I think it might be item 10.2 on the agenda, it talks about the fact that it goes through cycles and whatever else. But at the moment, we don't have a massive balance of unrestricted cash, and that gets impacted by the timing of grants, like we talked about last night, when we pay and might get reimbursed through the funding body. Ideally, we absolutely would like to have a resilience fund, but the basis of our financial position at the moment, we don't have the capacity to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Can I just clarify that money that does come into the community and natural disasters, is that tied funding or untied funding mostly?
It's a combination, through you, Madam, it's a combination of both. So sometimes we'll get untied funding where it might be like, here's $1 million, and then we can put that towards what we need to do in projects. A lot of times it will be tied in the big dollars that we're talking about, and particularly, from an infrastructure delivery perspective, that Director Jackson would be dealing with. It's tied to certain projects, and it's like our Fixing Country Bridges programs, that's tied to the delivery of the 56 identified bridges. Sale yards funding, whilst it was stimulus based, that's tied to that particular project. So there's only certain grant funding programs, some flexibility, and we have the ability to choose which projects we then fund using that grant funding.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Do we have more questions?
Yep.
Councillor Lawrence.
I just wanted to, on the back end of my previous question around the consultancy costing, what would that cost if we went down that path? What's a rough estimate, do you think?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've got absolutely no idea, because it would depend on the scope, Councillor Lawrence, and it'd depend on exactly what we want them to come in and to do at that time. So it's not a question that I could answer now, and I guess that the reason for I guess introducing that is just to be very clear that if councillors to resolve to lock in a scenario where we've got to find savings of that size, it's not something that the existing staff would be able to do without support.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I have a question in follow-up to that. You've alluded to transformation in terms of what is delivered in terms of consultant, and I just want to make the clarification, how different would that transformation be to looking at what service levels we're offering and things like that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, well, I guess it would be a combination of both, because you're not going to be able to make savings of that level without having some impacts on service levels, and that's why in the briefings that we've had to date, and in the council report as well, we're very clearly saying that in the absence of a rate increase, then we're going to have to make decisions around what services we reduce or cease providing to be able to balance that. Now, there may be, and there always will be, and we don't profess to be 100% efficient, like any organisation couldn't profess that. So no doubt there would be some levels of efficiencies that a large sort of scale transformation project might be able to identify, but you're not going to be able to solve that. There's not $4 million there. I'd be very surprised. And so there will be a combination where there will need to be a critical look at what services we currently provide, and what services therefore we would need to reduce or stop providing in the future. And I think the challenge around that, and as is articulated in the report, and as councillors have seen from the engagement work that's been undertaken both independently through Micromex and then through our own Your Say Macleay engagement work, is that the very strong message from the community is they don't want reduced spending in the majority of areas. They want an increase or maintain expenditure. And I think from memory, in relation to roads, 1% of the Micromex survey respondents said that they would be happy to have reduced spending on roads. 70% said they wanted more, and 29% said they want to maintain at current levels. And so that's where the challenges start to arrive. So I guess to answer your question, it'd be a combination of both.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. And I note that any kind of transformation like that would take a significant amount of time, and that the rate increase that is being proposed would put us in essentially a break-even position for a year where we would still need to find savings. So from my perspective, even with this proposed rate increase, we are looking at an amount of, I guess, looking at operations to try and make that $1 million buffer in any case.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, what I'd be suggesting, if councillors were to resolve to adopt the 15% that was approved by IPART, then yeah, we'll still be looking to make further savings of around about $1 million a year. Now, that task and to go and to solve that as a challenge would be something that, in conjunction with the Revenue and Review Task Force and the staff, is something that plans could be put in place to try and identify further efficiencies, further cost savings, potentially some further other revenue sources that might work our way towards finding another $1 million. That may still result in some slight reduction in service levels in some areas where that's looked at as part of, one of those processes, whether it's, internally just through BAU with staff, whether it's part of, our program of service reviews, which we're about to embark on, whether it's work that comes out of the Revenue and Review Task Force, where there might be some recommendations to change or amend or reduce some of those service levels, where some of that would contribute to those savings. Otherwise, it would be looking for those in terms of further efficiencies and productivity.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Selby.
Further to that, with the Revenue Task Force, maybe given a chance, they will come up with some good ideas that are going to bring us in more money. But also, I think between all the councils, we can come up with some ideas. Some have already been put up where we can raise money, but we really have to do it now, not later. And I ask the question, how have we got into this situation we're in? Because it seems to go back a long way. Someone's been sitting there doing nothing. Sorry.
Was that a question, Councillor Selby? Otherwise, I'll take that as a speech.
I'm happy to respond.
Take it, whatever way.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think, with all due respect, Councillor Selby, I think that's an unfair statement. People haven't been sitting around. To the contrary, there's been a whole lot of work that's actually happened. And I think, and I'm happy to provide, this is in previous council reports, the transformation that's happened within this organisation in the last 7 years has been significant. If you read the information that you get on a monthly basis, where there's a 55-page financial report, we didn't have, and when I walked in the door, there was no access to financial information. So I wasn't able to understand where we're at on a monthly basis, let alone provide a 55-page financial report on a monthly basis to staff and to councillors. Councillors are also given the same access that all the senior staff are, in terms of being able to drill down to the work order level for any particular item. So I think there's been a significant focus in terms of putting in place the basics that didn't exist. And I think, to be honest, any inference that's
in this year's budget in the vicinity of 27 million. And the total budget for the year is around in the $80 million. There's about $61 million left to spend. In your experience at this council, has council ever spent $61 million in 6 months?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no. And we had a lot of conversation around that as part of the quarterly budget review, and it's why there's a comment that's been included in that particular item at 10.2, which we'll obviously get to once we conclude this item, about the ability to deliver that, and there will be that's undertaken in March, that will come to council in May. I think what I would say, without jumping to that, to deal with it now, to answer your question directly, Councillor Pakes, what I would say in relation to that is so we've delivered $26 million of capital expenditure in the first 6 months. That's would be an all-time high for us in terms of capital expenditure delivery in the first 6 months of the year. What we did, and when we looked at this as an exec team as part of those quarterly budget reviews, we actually looked at when there's about $20 million of capital spend that was only ever considered for this financial year. So it was profiled to happen largely in that 6-month period. And they are projects, the sale yards, for example, where we know that where that project is up, the majority of that spend is going to happen between sort of like from January through to June. And there are a number of other large projects where that's the case as well. So things like the sewer treatment plant at Crescent Head with the aeration and automation upgrade, the work that's happening down on the riverbank stabilisation just under the bridge here in Kempsey, work that's happening out the waste management centre in terms of the leachate drains and Lloyd Park and other projects. There's $20 million that we are confident that we will deliver just related to those projects. So that's 20 out of the 60 or whatever it is that's targeted for that extra for this 6 months. Plus there's a whole lot of other projects that have happened sort of over the course of the year, which is way. Is there some risk to that? 100%. But I guess in the context of what does that mean for this report? It has very little impact, right? Because there's a large part of that which will be water and sewer. You take that out of the equation. There's a large part of that which will be capital grant funded, which has got a funding source and has to be delivered for that project. And then what's left, which I can't give you the exact number, but I'm happy to come back with a number for you. What's actually left will just roll forward into the early months of next year. So it actually doesn't solve the underlying issue that we've got here. What we're talking about here is an underlying systemic operational deficit. What your question there, Councillor Pakes, is about capital expenditure, which has a different impact altogether.
Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, so the through you, Madam Mayor, the point of my question was to ask whether it was an ambitious total, and you said it was an ambitious total to aim to spend that amount of money on infrastructure. So if you highlight $20 million on the known projects, plus say the 27 that we've delivered so far, which is, like you said, a high amount, we're up to 47 million. We're still, what's that, we're still quite, what's that, $16 million short of spending that total. So if we're talking about ambitious targets, if we say, let's look at the way that our list of $1.5 million worth of savings was formulated. Was that formulated? How was that formulated would probably be the start of my question. Can you explain how the list of savings of $1.5 million was formulated? And then has the same ambition been put to the cost savings which you've identified to councillors in the 1.5 million? Is the same ambition you've applied to the cost savings versus the ability to deliver?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. So to answer your question around the capital expenditure program, if you go to item 10.2, and we're actually on agenda item 10.1, there is other, I've just found the references there, so it does talk about those projects that are in the 20 million and then the other projects, Councillor Pakes, that are outside of that $20 million. But yeah, absolutely, it is 100% ambitious in terms of trying to achieve that capital program. And will we get there in the end? Time will tell. Possibly not, but we will deliver. And as we have done year on year over the last few years, have delivered a continually increasing record amount of capital expenditure compared to where we were in the past. In terms of the I guess linking it back to this report and your question around the $1.5 million of savings and how has that been determined, that's gone through 100% that in terms of ambition. Like there's been no shortage of work that staff have gone through. So on the back of the IPART partial approval, and knowing that then our challenge was quite substantial around that, all departments went and looked at their budgets. There was a 5, 10, 15% sort of saving target exercise that was undertaken. That was one exercise to have the effectively department managers or budget managers going through line by line to look at where the opportunities are. We've had on top of that, we've launched our innovation portal, which is an opportunity for staff, regardless of where they are in the organisation, to submit ideas around where there's opportunities for innovation. What that could mean is where there's potential for either new revenue sources, where there may be opportunity for cost savings, where there's opportunities for productivity or efficiency gains, which may not necessarily result in a cash, but will result in more widgets for time, effectively. So those items that have been identified by staff through the innovation portal have been captured as well and get reported on a monthly basis to the senior leadership team, so general manager, directors and group managers for consideration. Now, some of those ideas will go, oh, great, okay, let's have a look at those. Some of those ideas we're already doing that. Some of the ideas will go, it's just not going to fly. So we've literally taken any of those ideas we can and thrown that into the mix. Is there more opportunity to continue to look at these things? There will always be that, and that's, I guess, part of that exercise that we will continue to do. We've also, on top of that, sorry, one thing I didn't mention is we've had other areas where we've undertaken service reviews, some of those items that are referred, because we know we still have to find further savings. That we're still doing that exercise to find to look for and find further savings as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. I was wanted to ask some questions about the table on page 22. You've explained the question I had around the difference between the deficit of 0 and 1 being around those loans. The base case that says 0, is that base case based on the 23-24 financial plan? So there's no scenario that says if nothing is selected, so no rate peg, no SRV, it's not modelled here as a base case.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so correct. So the base case is the adopted long-term financial plan that was adopted in June 2024. Scenario that doesn't have a 0, like a rate freeze, because we just wouldn't recommend that. It's not an option.
No, I couldn't understand why the difference in the first column, but I understand now. And what I don't understand is the 3 and 4. So I'm looking at the next table, which has got the colours, green and yellow. As again, it could be a stupid question, but I don't understand why in year 1 the rate increase is 7.5, followed by the next year, which is almost 12. That's 19%, not 15% added up.
Mr.
What am I
Mitchell.
missing there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, because the next year there'd be a rate peak. Yeah, and there's also the impact of compounding. So if you don't put it up, then you've got to catch up. So these scenarios have been modelled around what do we need to do to catch up to make up for the shortfall. And I guess that's why that if you look at scenario 3 and then sort of try and sort of spread it out and say I'll just do the rate peg this year, it actually just means you have these other years of bigger increases, because you'll have the next year's rate peg, you'll have the catch up of the IPART approval that hasn't been implemented, and so the compounding impact of those means that you'll need to increase the rates by more to get back to that same position. We've factored in there the fact that because we haven't increased it in the year where IPART has approved it, we're going to have to take out extra borrowings. And so part of that is to assume, what is the revenue? And we need to get back to offset the fact that decision has meant we've had to borrow more money as well. So there's a combination of things. I think the main thing I would, just to answer your question very simply, is that the next year you've got a rate peg. And so you need to have, and you've got the compounding impact of that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. So is that sort of like a double hit of rate peg then?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, because
each year, each year you get a rate peg.
Each year you get a rate peg, yeah. So if you just simply look at scenario 1 or even scenario 2, which is on the bottom of page 22 there, you can just see what the rate peg assumptions are going out. And so when you come down to scenarios 3 and 4, you've got to add in the rate peg plus the catch up of what you haven't increased.
Okay, good.
And then it's not just the catch up in just pure math, like the one number minus the other. There's the compounding impact of that as well.
Okay, cool. Thanks. And just the other question, which is not finance related at all, it's around the community engagement piece, which says that in the survey online, 71% of respondents were over the age of 50, and mostly were over the age, but the next category, which is older again. Will the community, and that bothers me actually, we are not hearing from the people that are right in the throes of struggling with the cost of living and everything like that, and raising families and entertaining for kids and all those kind of things. Will a community engagement strategy really try and find a way to engage with the younger demographic so we are really getting a full suite of information about what is important and what is not from people? Because I really don't feel we're getting that with 70% of people over the age of 50 providing the information for us to make decisions on.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we can only engage and get the best possible outcome as what we can do that. Now, the Micromex survey does adjust for that in terms of the way it presents the results. What I would say, though, in terms of engagement in the future, the community engagement strategy is going to come to the March council meeting, and that's would be the appropriate time to consider some of those questions that you've raised.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Back to you, Councillor Pakes.
I referred to the financial sustainability program last night in my questioning, and so it's got the number of points. You can probably tell me that, Mr. Mitchell, was 15 points you to achieve to help maintain financial sustainability. The points that haven't been delivered yet, so anything that's due for until the 30th of June, how are they reflected in the forecasting in this report?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So financial forecasts can only reflect on what we know, right? And so you can't factor in, for example, items like the airport feasibility, which is one of the ones that has been done, because the decision made by council and as recommended to council by staff after the body of work that was done is that we can't do anything with that asset. So these items that are included in the financial sustainability program, some of them are not necessarily guaranteed to result in savings. They are just items to look and investigate, and where savings may eventuate, then then they would be included in the financial forecast. Some items, like the review of the rating methodology, don't have a financial impact for council at all. They do for the individual ratepayers, but again, it's been picked up in terms of our overall financial sustainability program. So there are some items in that program, Councillor Pakes, that are still to be delivered, and there are some that have been delivered already, and so where they've resulted in some change in terms of our financial forecasts, then they will have been picked up and reflected, but where the work hasn't been done, well, we don't know whether that's going to actually deliver anything or not. Don't forget that we've still got this $1 million of savings that we're sort of trying to target. So some of these will then hopefully go towards potentially achieving that $1 million, which is over and above the 15% rate increase that's been recommended.
Councillor Pakes, then Councillor Coburn.
So specifically to that, the investigation into the use of electric cars recommended strategy for development. If councillors have an appetite to scratch that out of there, that's a line item in the budget. That would be a line item in budgeting of this year.
Mr. Mitchell.
I don't have that item in front of me, Councillor Pakes. Do you want to just remind me exactly what it says, please?
Investigate the use of electric cars with recommended strategy development.
Yep. So that item is actually being, and Councillor Jackson, Director Jackson may want to. Everyone's a councillor today. Director Jackson may want to add to that, but largely that investigation is being done by existing staff within their existing roles. So it's not like there's a particular line item in the budget that if we didn't do it, that we would make the savings about it. It was just identified in terms of with the fleet changes and the potential in the future of what that may look like. It's something that we needed to start to consider, and some work has been undertaken. I don't know,
Mr. Jackson.
Michael, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. It actually does link into another favourite item, being the GPS works, which also. So now that so essentially we've been looking at whether or not a pool car can be replaced with an electric vehicle to test the technology and get staff familiar with it. But also the GPS technology, once that's installed, which will be happening shortly, will then give us the data, and those tools actually give you data where you can actually look at the individual usage of various vehicles and determine if an electric vehicle would be suitable for that use case, and what would be the pluses and minuses in each individual case. So the strategy regarding specific EV replacement is going to be data driven by those tools as soon as we've got that in place.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We're just we need to have a little break for morning tea, so I'm going to pause questioning right now, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. So I've noted Councillor Coburn, Councillor Pakes, you're still questioning, and Councillor Lawrence. I'll note that down. And when we come back, we'll return to questioning and hopefully move into some debate. All right. Order, please. We're about to get back into our questioning or questions. Councillor Pakes, I note that you had questions still. Councillor Coburn, Councillor Saul and Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Pakes, if you want to start, and then I'll work down that list.
So I'm just continuing on from my question around the financial sustainability program. So to be clear, that the savings out of the financial sustainability program will make up the $1 million that you're projecting forward.
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, we don't know. We don't know what, if any, savings.
But
the intention will be any work that we do, we will put towards that target. Absolutely, right. So if there's anything that we find out that that would result in a reduction in any of our cost base or whatever, Councillor Pakes, then yes, that would be the case. My reference to that $1 million is, I guess, just to be very clear that we've given councillors a list of the savings that we've factored in that amounts to about $1.5 million. But there's this other $1 million of savings that we still need to be able to identify. To get us back to that modest operating surplus that I keep referring to. And so to the extent that there's savings that would come out of the financial sustainability program, out of the task force, out of wherever, they would assist going towards trying to meet that that savings target that we've factored in.
Councillor Pakes.
So you mentioned the review task force and the ambitious totals that we're setting. How do we give the Revenue and Review Task Force, which is tasked to make savings for the budgets going forward, etc., how do we give them a ambitious total, and they're waiting for instruction from us around this figure that we're going to decide on today? How do we make that as ambitious as total as possible to create savings within the forward estimates?
Mr. Mitchell.
Not sure, through you, Madam Mayor, not sure entirely understand the question, Councillor Bakes. So the Revenue Review Task Force has had one meeting and has agreed that we would wait until the decision from the council meeting today until we have the second meeting, because it dramatically changes what's in front of the task force. And I can't speak for the task force members. We'll have that meeting on Monday morning. But the feedback around, if the target is $4 million, then, as I've said on several occasions already today, and the what I took away from the last task force meeting is that becomes a project that's not achievable within the scope of the task force as it's currently designed. If it's more around the $1 million savings target that we would still be looking to identify and save, then that's something that's more achievable when you're having, a structure that's set up with 3, albeit incredibly qualified people, but on a voluntary basis and with the time that they can commit. It's a different exercise to try and find $4 million, and that's what I'm saying. A project of that size requires dedicated resourcing, and you have to pay for that. Outside of that, the task force would be able to assist, in my personal professional opinion, in a project that's looking, at a savings target or a financial target that's more achievable.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Pakes.
So I just want to be really clear. If we don't set an ambitious total for the Revenue Review Task Force to save a percentage, a number, because it's going to have flow-on effects to the $1 million that you need, if promised in savings, how do we direct and make that, if we stick to 15% today, the Revenue Review Task Force, what is their task then? Because what savings are they trying to find? $1 million that's already in the undelivered sustainability program?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's still $1 million of savings to find. So that $1 million I keep referring to is over and above the $1.5 million that's been included in each of the financial scenarios that's been modelled. So there's still a huge body of work that needs to happen to identify and achieve those savings. And that's the role that the task force can play. I think, to be honest, that, again, my personal view on this is that's a conversation, yourself as a member of the task force, as one of the 3 councillor representatives, that's a conversation to have with the independent members of the task force and the staff next Monday, once we know what's actually in front of us. But I think, as I said, it's a very, very different exercise if you're trying to find $1 million of financial improvements as against $4 million when the base is quite low, and we've already picked the low-hanging fruit.
I'll just go to Councillor Coburn now, just for equity.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing I just wanted to ask a question around. I was looking at some snips I've done out of long-term financial plans. Now, when I look at 23-24, there's a line for employment. This is the expenses from continuing operations. There's a line for employment benefits and on costs. Now, I want to be very clear from a personal level. I would hate for any staff within the organisation to think that I personally am considering job losses, because that is not at all how I'm thinking. So I'm just discussing numbers on a line within a budget. So the employee benefits and on costs in 2023-24 started at 20,257 and rolled out across the 10 years to a total of 29,910. Now, within the next one, 24-25, that figure starts at 26 million. And rolls out to nearly 34,500. Can you explain to me, that's like a $5 million difference within 12 months. Can you explain to me how that is equated? Is that in award considerations? How has that number so dramatically changed?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's very hard to answer that question on notice with that information in front of me, Councillor Coburn. What I would say is that the award increase in the most recent industrial instrument had a significant increase. We've also had, as most people would be aware, that the superannuation guarantee charges continue to go up by 0.5%, depending at the time what decisions have been made in terms of, and again, without having that information directly in front of me, it's very hard to give you a specific answer. So I don't want to be saying stuff that I then go back and look at and it's not, entirely correct. But there potentially is around, roles that have been factored in. So we may have, and what we have done in recent years is built up our own capacity in relation to our project management office, for example, and so brought project managers in-house rather than outsourcing that to external project managers through consultancy firms or contractors or whatever it may be. There's a whole lot of factors in that. What I would suggest to people and to councillors, and anyone from the community perspective is to have a look at the materials in relation to the SRV. I sent that link around to councillors. There's still that information still on our website. One of the specific items we addressed was the change in staffing levels and explained that. And so some of the things I referred to factors into that. Generally, there'll be a price and a volume impact, right? So finance people like to talk about price volume stuff, but so on one hand, we'll have the volume impact will be that there may be increased positions, like what I talked about. If we brought in our own capability in-house from a project management perspective, the price component will be that if the award increase, which was greater than what we had experienced in the years leading up to that, and the superannuation guarantee charge, that starts to factor through as well. So I can only really direct you to those that information that's available on the website, and can only answer in a generic sense in the absence of having been given the specific numbers that you're referring to. I'd probably just make sure that we are comparing either general fund to general fund in that case, or consolidated. We're not comparing consolidated to general fund. But without having seen the numbers you're looking at, I don't know if that's the case or not.
Fair enough. I'd have to go back. I've just done little snips here for myself to help formulate my questions.
Sorry, just if I can jump in, Councillor Coburn. Just one of the staff has flipped me through a note. They think you may be comparing general fund to consolidated, so we just would need to double check that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
But I'm happy to catch up with you at lunchtime or in the next break to specifically answer that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, Councillor Saul and Councillor Lawrence.
Madam Mayor, I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it was discussed about obviously different organisations in the community. Sorry, I'll wait for Steve. You're right. It was discussed in about different organisations, obviously in community, receive different levels of funding for different items of what they deliver in community. I guess I just wanted to ask the question, has council sort of looked at what sort of partnerships that they can link into within community in those organisations?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Not sure I entirely understand the question, Councillor Lawrence. Is that in terms of being able to share costs or?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess where appropriate, we've got in our community partnerships team very much has relationships with a whole host of community organisations. There's some areas where, and a lot of those organisations themselves have their own financial challenges. And so we work very closely with, a whole lot of other organisations with our spend, if it's in relation to sort of the community development space, is really, really small. So to give you some context of that, our community development team's got 3 people in it in total, and the budget outside of those 3 people. Now they run a whole lot of programs. They're involved in Australia Day. They're involved in Seniors Week, Youth Week, Laneway Festival, sorts of events. That team are involved in running and coordinating. The budget that's attached to some of those events on top of that is really pretty small, and the team are terrific at chasing down grant funding to help support those particular events. That team also coordinates our community grants program, so they actually get through a whole huge chunk of work for what they actually do, and so there's not a whole lot of cost that we could shift to someone else that we're not already doing, because it is a really very lean team that delivers what they can within the resources that are allocated to them. They don't have a whole lot of other discretionary budget. What budgets they then are able to get hold of is largely through grant funding opportunities. And we've seen that and the success in the community response for things like the Laneway Festival, which have been, overwhelmingly positively received.
Thank you.
I'll just ask one more question.
Yeah, Councillor.
So I just wanted to ask as well, what sort of support is there for the community, that are in financial hardship or, that's all.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So when we when Council resolved to apply for the special rate variation in November 2023, part of that was for us to revisit and update our hardship relief procedure, which outlines the hardship relief that's available to ratepayers. That was undertaken. That went out on community engagement, and that was adopted at the end of January 2024. I think it was the 30th of January or thereabouts was the council meeting from memory. And so that hardship relief procedure was updated and then included as an attachment that went to IPART along with our overall SRV application. That's available to all ratepayers, and so we're ratepayers who can demonstrate they actually are encountering hardship can actually apply for relief. At the end of the day, ratepayers still need to pay their rates. We can't write off their rates, and any write-offs would have to come to council. And but we work as best as we can with ratepayers who reach out to us and our rates and revenue team to seek assistance. Now, for this financial year, we've had 15 ratepayers that have had hardship relief approved. We've had 19 that have applied, so only 4 were declined. That's because they weren't encountering actual. Their rates were largely up to date. I think was basically they weren't sort of behind or in arrears. And so the numbers in relation to people approaching us are really quite small. We've got around about 150 ratepayers from memory that are on payment arrangements, so separate to the hardship relief. And our rates team do a terrific job in terms of working, with the 15.5 or 16,000 ratepayers we've got in terms of, trying to put in place arrangements to help them. Obviously, we can't provide financial advice to ratepayers, but we will refer them for some ratepayers to go and seek support through financial counsellors and a lot of free services around that. And people then will then go and seek that. And a lot of times when people do that, or the ones where we've been able to provide hardship assistance to, they've actually come with a support or a letter from their financial counsellor, for example, and that's helped in their application for hardship relief. And so that then gets assessed by our hardship review committee, which includes the Director of Corporate and Commercial. So ordinarily, when I was in that role myself, as well as some of the rates team and finance staff. So just in terms of assessing those.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Pakes, you have more questions?
Yes. So mine's a supplementary off Councillor Lawrence through you, Madam Mayor. My understanding of the partnerships and its benefit to budgeting going forward, I'm not sure whether council is aware, this is a question to Mr. Mitchell, that these partnerships do exist. They may not have a financial implication in the budget. Macleay Valley Cricket Association has mowed South Kempsey Oval for 15 years, I think, at a cost of, we were told at the time by Keith Finney, the infrastructure manager at the time, it was about $1,000 a week. So it's only for half the year, so 26 weeks a year, $26,000 a year for 15 years. So it's been a pretty significant relationship. But I also see the benefit to improve and increase those. Is there anything in financial sustainability that might look at programs like that? How is that reflected?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if that's in terms of engaging with other groups to take on additional work, so like volunteers you're talking about?
It could be volunteers. I know the motorcycle club at Greenhill, they got guys from Work for the Dole. I know that the correction services run different programs. Yep. I know Indigenous programs have lots of different problems. There's a multitude of options there.
Yeah,
that I haven't seen any detail on. And
yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor. So we have had differing arrangements, and Director Trotter might even add to this, because I know that we have had some of the corrections people out helping out at the Waste Management Centre, for example. There are a whole lot of challenges, and in a world where workplace health and safety obligations are getting greater and greater and greater, the ability to safely use, I don't want to use the word control, but to control volunteers and get them to do what we need to do gets harder and harder. So when I first started, we had the graffiti busters, and there's other groups that were volunteering. That brings its own challenges, because when, in that case, people dealing with chemicals, setting up on the side of the road, there's a whole lot of safety risks around those sorts of things. And, it's a very well documented case from Camden Council in relation, I think it was to Men's Shed. Unfortunately, one of the volunteers was fatally injured, and council were exposed on that because as a volunteer, they were effectively like a staff member from a workplace health and safety perspective. So those sorts of arrangements end up creating a whole lot of other challenges and a whole lot of management overhead that probably the layperson, that doesn't understand. And I guess the risk around that and being able to manage that and close out that risk for us as an organisation, depending on what we're talking about, can be too great. So it's an area, Councillor Pakes, where I can understand there may be some opportunities in some respects. It adds administrative burden for us at council. I'll give you another example of that was the volunteers at the Southwest Rocks Visitor Information Centre, where I think we had 3 council reports, I think that, over about 3 consecutive months in relation to the volunteers in the Visitor Information Centre. One of the reasons behind us withdrawing from that as council was it was taking a substantial amount of time for one of our economic development and tourism officers to manage the volunteers and the rosters, and it was just taking them away from what they were actually doing. So there's a lot of extra effort that goes into managing that. And there's a lot of risk that comes with that. And so we have had some arrangements in the past. We've pulled out of those for the reasons I've outlined.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Pakes.
Just specifically on that, I'm probably referring to organisations with blanket cover for state bodies, as in Cricket New South Wales cover insurance for field maintenance and that sort of stuff. In this, what you're referring to for the one that I specifically referred to, and the other correction services, I just can't understand that there'd be a lot of. But anyway, I can't understand that they wouldn't have those things covered.
Through you, Madam Mayor, they possibly do, and I don't know whether
they have to.
Director Trotter wants to talk about corrections or at the Waste Management Centre.
Mr. Trotter.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So basically, with the corrections, I guess labourers, we'll call them, from the corrections that we do use at the Waste Management Centre, there is quite a lot of paperwork involved. So everyone on site has to have criminal checks when we're getting these labourers on site. There is insurance present, but like you say, there's a lot of administration behind that as well, with different toolboxing training, etc. They are on that site. They do sort of mowing, whippersnipping, that type of things. It's a high traffic area, and there is a lot of risks on site, and it does leave council exposed ultimately. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter. Yeah, Mr. Thorogood, did you have something to say?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, just to add to that, in relation to any of the work health and safety risks relating to volunteers, and the Camden example is a good one. Yes, all of the parties were covered by insurance, but ultimately council is still the PCBU under the work health and safety legislation. We're still the one that owes a non-transferable duty to the people who are working on our premises, and ultimately we're the one left holding the can for any liability or so on at the end of the day. So there's no way that we can contract out of our responsibility to keep workers safe on our work sites, even if the other parties they're engaged through are insured.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Councillor Pakes.
I refer to your answer regarding grants and the holiday period, and the holiday period's finished. In regards to the grant funding that's come in, the budgeting that's been required to deliver the grants, how much, the volume of that money, and what's had to be delivered because of it, COVID, natural disasters, the trajectory of that spending. When does that curve change? As in, I can see a slight reduction in the budgets going forward, but when does that curve start to change?
Mr. Mitchell.
Organisationally.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, from a general fund perspective, it's probably 2 to 3 years, I think, is probably the sort of time frame that we know that we've got grant funded projects to deliver, which are mostly natural disaster funded, which are mostly outsourced. There's capital grant funds that are available to deliver those projects, but we have outsourced that work for it to be delivered, just because we don't have the capacity to deliver it in-house. Water and sewer is a little bit different, I guess, particularly in relation to the sewer fund, where we've got some really big grants which we're excited about, but they are long tail projects, and so they will be delivered over over the term of the long-term financial plan, essentially.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I just want to get a sense in the room for a further appetite of questions before we move into debate, or is it just Councillor Pakes who's got questions remaining?
I've got one.
You've still got
Just
one?
one.
All right. How many more questions do you have, Councillor Pakes?
I'm probably ready to wind up. I've got probably one final one.
All right, I'll let you go, and then Councillor Lawrence, and then we'll move into debate.
So from the date the SRV was approved, how in this report, besides the 2 micromexes, is it reflected of community sentiment, ability to pay, the financial situation of the community in our valley? As a councillor, I think it's my obligation to be considering that. It's not mentioned in the report in words, but in your reflection, how do you think the community of the Macleay is situated with this decision in mind?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Undoubtedly, Councillor Pakes, you're going to be closer to the community given the groups that you move in and the people you talk to. So you'll no doubt have more specific examples of particular individuals. All I can go on is based on the data that we've got here. And I guess the 2 key parts are that both the Micromex survey and the Your Say Macleay survey that was done online at the same time, but separately and open and promoted for anybody within the community to jump on board. The overwhelming feedback around that was that people didn't want service reductions. So that's a very clear message, and it wasn't like one data set contradicted the other. They were correlated, I guess, in terms of that there was not an appetite from the community to reduce the services, and the presentation that the council has got from the managing director at Micromex sort of clearly articulated that. So that's on one hand, and I guess to me part of that is if people were like not wanting to pay more or not wanting to, having particular concerns, then we would have probably heard a stronger message through that channel or those 2 channels. The other one is, I guess, the question that I answered just from Councillor Lawrence a minute ago, which talked about the applications for hardship relief. Well, we've had 19 applications, 15 approved, and 150 odd payment plans put in place. Again, just based on data there, that's not sending a strong signal in terms of the numbers there. And I guess
can I just get you on that?
Well, just let me finish my answer because just let me finish my answer though, because then also what we track is just the collections on a month-to-month basis, and we haven't seen the collection drop off at all compared to previous years either. So I guess looking at those data sets objectively, if one of those, and the reason I continually ask the rates team around what's the experience in terms of hardship applications, where are we at in terms of our collections, and look at that when that report comes through at the beginning of each month, particularly looking for that, and that information or that data hasn't indicated that there's an issue.
Councillor Pakes, do you have a follow-up?
Follow-up from that answer. My understanding was yesterday that was 100. I thought that was only 100 applications for payment plans yesterday.
No, that's incorrect. So there's 19 applications for hardship relief, 15 approved, and there's 150 payment arrangements. It's documented in the report.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, my question is just around the what the capacity would be to concurrently prepare 2 sort of IPNR documents.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would strongly discourage it. We've got a really, you've met our entire IPNR team, which is Carissa, who is sitting at the back of the council chambers. And Carissa works for Wayne Douglas, who's our Group Manager Corporate Performance. They're obviously assisted by our comms team who do the design of the documents and others. So, but we've got a whole lot of work to do something which I guess, to be honest, is potentially unnecessary, where they could be actually doing work to start addressing some of the problems. I would sort of be saying that we should be trying to avoid that at all costs. I understand there's hard decisions around this, but that's why that's the whole reason. This is the first time you've ever had a report come to the February council meeting seeking clarity around assumptions for the IPNR, because we're trying to avoid the extra work. In the past, we've just taken the documents have come to the April council meeting, they've gone on exhibition, come back, they get adopted. Sometimes little changes or whatever. That process ordinarily works. Given that we understand that there's some concerns within the councillors around this and this decision, this is the first time we've brought this report to council, and at this time specifically, and I think I've sort of been very clear with the councils about this, and that's why it was coming to this February council meeting, so that we can actually get some clarity, because we just don't have the capacity to do unnecessary work. What we do is, if there's a council resolution, we go and do our best to implement it. And so if we're directed to do that, that's what we have to do. But I guess by having the proactive foresight to try and have this conversation now, it's to seek some clarity so that we can go get ahead, do the work, and then get those documents out for community exhibition post the April council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We'll now move into debate. Do we have any speakers against the motion? Councillor Bain, do you want to speak?
Look, I'm still at a point where I'm not sure how we can move forward. I'm going to propose that we go into committee of the whole for some discussion first.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt, we're now in committee of the whole.
Documents, which is going to last for 4 years. I understand that IPART has said that the 15% is necessary and reasonable. I understand that there's been 15 out of 15 approved hardship, and 100. Now, people are on payment arrangements aren't necessarily around hardship. They might just be around, they like to manage their cash flow that way, that they want to pay monthly or, whatever. So that's not necessarily hardship out of about 16,000 ratepayers. If we make, the goal is 5.8 million improvement, additional 5.8 million in total general income over the next few years, 2 years. And if we don't go for the rate increase, one of the options is to get a consultant in, and I'm going to use maybe a little bit of people in agriculture probably won't mind it, but some others might. I think a consultant is going to come with a sharp knife to trim the fat and cut to the bone. And if that's the direction we want to take our council in, that's a decision that we're going to make here today. The opportunity cost, if we don't go for the rate rise, is I don't think we can reduce the 12% of total expenditure on governance and admin, because that's things like your cyber security and your legislative requirements. And, we've got a whack of them. We live in a legislative bureaucratic nightmare of a world, and we have to navigate that. So I don't think we can cut from there. We spend about 13% on environmental things, which might be, can we cut that of requirements of health and, health and safety? We spend about 7% on recreation and culture. Okay, so maybe there's room to cut that. Is that the kind of society that we want to create? Where recreation and culture. Other services, 9 million. There might be a bit of wriggle room in there. Roads, bridges, footpaths, 21%. If we're going to make a significant difference, that's what we'd have to be looking at. And will the community expectation, which is already dissatisfied with the level of road service, will they accept the fact that we're going to say, well, okay, we hear you don't want a rate rise. Well, you can live with more potholes and more and a long-term deterioration. 16% goes on water and sewer, which has nothing to do with the general fund. So anything that happens in there is outside. I'm just saying we need to really, really think carefully. The task force, my original intent with the task force was about finding additional revenue, not so much being a razor gang to find the cuts, but that's how it seems to have played out. I understand, well, my thoughts that we're in this position because there were some past decisions when we were in a different situation where we gave money to, for the cinema, for example. We invested in the Slim Dusty Centre, which is costing us $500,000 a year. And that was very unpopular in the Micromax surveys. But I know that we are tied into an initial license agreement for 10 years, and then two further terms of 5 years each, which is at the discretion of the licensors, not of council. So we're looking at 20 years plus the purchase of land. That's a huge impact on the budget, and that's a decision that has been made and that we've got to live with. High performance centre, we have to pay for the maintenance and the depreciation on that, and it's not creating any income for us. I understand if we don't want to accept an increase in rates, we might have to close some swimming pools. And I can absolutely understand staff frustration when they come up with ideas to save money, either by closing a pool and it's community objection, and I get it, or we want to develop our holiday parks, and that gets knocked back by council too. And now council says, well, we don't want a rate rise either. I mean, we don't want to increase revenue. We don't want to. We don't want to increase. We don't want cuts. No one wants cuts. I mean, there is no magic pudding, and I know I get accused sometimes of being, because of my party affiliation, that we believe in the magic pudding tree. Well, that ain't true. We don't believe in there's no magic pudding. But I don't know. I don't know if there's an appetite within councillors to take that plunge to 15%. I understand it's going to impact people. I'd like to find a middle road, but then I've been talking to Director Mitchell about that. I'm Acting General Manager Mitchell about that. And, do we need, if we make it a staged thing, then it's going to increase borrowing costs. Hey, maybe if we keep talking till 2:30, we'll find out if there's an interest rate cut. I mean, that'd be good. But, we're facing all of these challenges, and we need to make a decision. And I don't know if there's an appetite on council to go for 15%. In fact, I'm fairly clear in conversations with some of my colleagues that there is not an appetite. But what's the alternative way forward? Where are we going to cut? What are we going to do? I would be open to some negotiation around it if needed. I'm still in a quandary about how to move forward with this in a fair and reasonable way, and that's going to not be, oh sorry, I'm yelling in there, but that's not going to be leading to the deterioration of our community assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I think you raised some very good points in there. And Councillor Pakes.
Thank you for your input there. I think you raised plenty of good points. I suppose I go back to the why I became a councillor, and the why I'm sitting here in this chair today. And I think in my conversations with community in the last 3 months, even 3 days, even this morning, getting a coffee, I spoke to people on the ground, and I'm asking people what their sentiment is, what they think. And they think this is a real opportunity for leadership. And I understand the curve of spending. I understand that we've had a sugar hit of natural disasters, COVID spending. There's been a lot of money come in, but it's not sustainable. And ultimately, if we don't look in our own backyard and try to fix and maintain where we are at by being absolutely in ownership of every dollar that we spend, and I mean that absolutely every dollar that we spend, we will be in a worse financial position in 5 years' time. I can guarantee it. If we don't take accountability at this moment. And why at this moment? So why is this moment so important? Well, as an organisation, we have a new council. We have new minds in these positions, not all, but some. We have a new CEO coming. We don't know who that is yet, but the decision today will actually be an organisation direction for that CEO to come in and do the work. This is an opportunity to bring community with us. This is an opportunity for the community to understand that we actually hear them. We are actually hearing how difficult it is to make your payments on your bills. The average income by the Office of Local Government in this area, $45,000 is the average income across our shire. Let's take $3,000 of that for rates out. Rates, water, sewer. Let's call it 2.5. That's a bit of money out of a budget that size if you're a single income person. Let's say you're a pensioner. Let's take that money out of your pension. They are really shocking numbers, and I wasn't aware of how dire that was until I saw those figures produced, and they only forwarded to me this week. I had looked through a lot of census figures, but I hadn't seen it that starkly. We have mechanisms in place to make organisational efficiencies. Now, Mr. Mitchell, in his diligence, has made $1.5 million worth of savings through management changes, through organisational efficiencies, through going line by line, through budget items, and absolutely, that's what I see as one step forward. We also have a revenue and review task force. They need to have an ambitious target to try to make a change. And we also have fantastic council staff. Don't underestimate the efficiency and quality of the people we have. Let's empower those people to make their environment better. Let's empower them to make their workplace better. I've seen it in my own workplace in fire and rescue. We've made the place better because we took ownership of it. Now, anyone who works here, I'm sure they love the Macleay Valley. I don't at all doubt it. Would they want an opportunity to make it better? And could we make it an opportunity to make it better? Well, absolutely we could, but we need to show leadership. And if we want to stay on the same trajectory, vote for 15%. But if you want to change the trajectory for your community, if you want to listen to the people who are on the ground, you will consider a rate peg and perhaps a modest increase, but let's let the work be done. Let's let who we get to replace our CEO do their work. Let's let who replaces Stephen's old position do their work. Let's let Wayne do his work. Let's let the work happen. We don't have to. I don't think we should be forced to be considering too far past the next financial year. Yes, we have to do it in projections, but they're not cemented in until we make that final decision next year, even again. And I think the other thing we have to consider is how much of this infrastructure that we are building is depreciated, because depreciation is a huge amount of our budget more broadly. Depreciation is a number that is flexible. It's raised in the federal government inquiry into local government sustainability. And I'm not sure that I really like to look at that with the Revenue and Review Task Force and how that look around replacement of infrastructure. Like we've replaced, 56 bridges. How does that look? We've got a new sale yards. How does that look? We've got a high performance centre in town, Verge Street. Well, it's not a high performance centre. It's a building. How does that look? So let the inquiries make their decisions. Let the federal inquiry make their decisions. Buy some time. Listen to your community, and then we'll make a decision next year after we've sat and heard the responses from Revenue Review, the work that's got to be done yet, the undelivered sustainability outcomes that aren't delivered, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Wyatt. We're in a committee of a whole, so people may speak as many times as they want on this issue. We're not in open debate right now, so I understand people are making impassioned speeches, but it might be time to actually come to maybe a way forward, and then we can move into debate after that. I do appreciate people's passion, and I feel like after the line of questioning, we do understand where we're at and what we need to do, and I think we need to be pragmatic here. So I don't know if there's potential amendments from the floor that maybe can be raised, or potential ideas to come forward, because I feel like we're just going to double debate. And I don't know if that's an effective use of our time, given we have until 4 o'clock and we still have other items on our agenda. Does anyone have any amendments or any potential ways forward? Councillor Coburn.
Well said, Councillor Pakes. There's a lot of what you said, which were thoughts that had flowed through my head as well, and that's just looking at facts that we live with within our community. I also appreciate the solid work that Council's done, particularly in the last, since 2019, and drag the Council into a more contemporary state so that the work that they could do can be more relevant and more accountable. There's a few key things, I guess, for me when we talk about transformation and how council operates and has previously operated. I have a similar feeling around the new CEO that's going to come into place, and hopefully that will happen sooner rather than later. And I would expect that person, as part of their application process and what they're going to bring to us, will be quite significant in how they will view the situation that the current council is in. And then they will have the opportunity, of course, to look at employing a new director of commercial, which I think will also be a very important decision. I can see transformation that could be done moving forward that could change the amount of income that council can bring in. I've talked about this previously. I'll talk about it again. I believe the holiday parks in particular is an area that's just really underutilised by council. I believe if there was an opportunity in 2027, when the leases expire, for council to consider and do the work to see if they can manage them themselves and look at utilising all of the income that's coming in, obviously less the expenses, it would alleviate a lot of this pressure, access to a lot more income. And that's just one thing that sticks out, that jumps off the page at me. That's something that would require a lot of work to be done in the background. There'd have to be a business case done for that, but I believe it's something that could be looked at. That would greatly assist the amount of income that council is capable of bringing in. I too am here. I have a why. I have a very, very distinct why. I have never hidden that. I've been very upfront about that. And I need to consider very clearly what the community has said to me. I look at the survey results, and it's interesting because council, and I think I've spoken to Stephen Mitchell about this previously. Council looks at information and results that come to them from the business angle that they are employed to do, whereas we look at that information from a completely opposite side. We look at it from the information that the community is sharing with us about how they feel about things. Now, those survey, the information that came through really clearly to me was that they don't want any more spending. They just want to try and keep what is existing. And that is, to me, when you really nut down into it, that's what the community is saying to us. They want us to stop spending so much money. They want to try and sort of rein it all back in, keep it simple spending, and try and manage what we've got in front of us. So again, another point that Councillor Pakes made was that the long-term financial plan comes to us each year in June for reassessment, for redelivery. So the plan that will be put forward for this year will be looked at again next year and the year after that and the year after that. And to me, that is another important consideration. I understand that the delaying of potential future income will exacerbate the deficit, and I understand that that may create the need for more loans to be taken out. But again, that's an area I think that can possibly be looked at in more detail as well. So I just wanted to put that out there, that's some of the thoughts that I've been having. Another thing that really jumped out off the page for me was in the financial sustainability targets, or not targets, but the list of things. It's the excellence in financial management, and the statement reads, surplus budgets are progressively worked towards. The capital program is sized appropriately to meet the capability and capacity of the workforce, and asset renewal and maintenance is prioritised over new builds within the budget in accordance with the SAM. That's a really strong statement that reinforces, you know, sound financial management. So again, that's something that really jumped off the page at me. So again, I reiterate a lot of what Ben has spoken about. We have really low income people living in this area, low income earners, as well as people on low fixed incomes. And they have spoken to me on many occasions, and a broad number of people. I've had new residents recently that have spoken to me about the very high rates that they pay within our LGA. I understand the challenges that this council faces. A lot of roads, which equate to large assets. But at the end of the day, we have to consider things from both sides of the table. So that is just a statement that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. I just want to note, in terms of some of the thoughts that we're having around transformation and investment into efficiencies, they actually take money up front. It actually is a significant cost to invest in a consultant for transformation. And not only is it cost, it is also time. So, you know, looking at the SRV that is in front of us, it actually buys us time to make transformation. In any case of a rate rise, make efficiencies or do anything, as we've seen, it takes time to implement. And I think that that's something that we also need to keep in mind. And also, the SRV is not to spend more money. It is to maintain our service levels. It is to maintain our assets which some haven't always been kept in the best state of repair, and that is particularly in our strategic asset management planning, which we've sat through quite a few presentations on, and that we actually have made really big strides as a council to improve that asset management, and that we need to maintain those assets. And if we aren't maintaining them, it is the younger generations, it is councils that are sitting here like we are in 10, 20 years, looking at our assets that haven't been maintained to the level that they needed to, who are going to be bearing a cost. We are here today, and any cost that we aren't willing to take on at the end of the day is a cost that we're going to be passing on. And I think that is something, as a young person and, you know, a future ratepayer and a current ratepayer, is something that I'm really wary of. Particularly in, you know, the last, since I've become mayor, I've never seen an appetite for less spending. I haven't seen an appetite for less investment within our community. I have heard from 2 primary school age boys wanting skate parks. And so I feel, in not investing in our infrastructure and not even maintaining it, not only are we saying to potentially those little boys that, you know, one day you're going to inherit these assets as a ratepayer, and potentially we won't have done what we needed to, but we also are not interested in moving our shire forward. And that's something we look south, we look north, and we look at some of those bigger and larger, I guess, LGAs, and, you know, that isn't where we've gone, but that's probably a place where we're going to need to go. We need to grow as a population. We need to develop, and we need to make sure that, you know, we're a place that people want to move to. And at the end of the day, maintaining our assets and doing what we need to do is part of that. And, you know, I think undoubtedly would be going with the rate peg, but is there appetite from any councillors over and above that in any way for scenario 3 or 4 if we're not feeling that scenario 1. I really feel like we need to be looking at a way forward through this. We can't sit here and there's lots of feelings in the room, but what are you willing to compromise on, councillors? Where are you willing to meet what we need to do now with what our future expectations are? Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I will take the challenge and answer that question, because I was going to say exactly what you did about the transformation. It is a cost. It's not an instant fix. There's training, there's restructure, there's review, there's recruitment, there's hardship, and it could be workers' compensation. So that's not an instant fix. And I agree. I'm not out, or I won't support any staff reductions in any way, shape or form. I think relying on a new CEO and director to fix it for us is kind of implying that this team hasn't. And I'm not sitting in your seats, but I would be upset if I had kept hearing that. I'm not sure that I think that you have done everything that you can, maybe 90% of what you can to find that savings, and you're asking us as councillors to find the extra 4 million. I think that all the low hanging, all the medium fruit has been found. And I think that we as councillors need to really look, and just as we're going to make a decision about the rates today, which is probably the hardest we're going to make, the second hardest we might make is what are we willing to give up? And it needs to be equitable. So it's just not deal over 50. It needs to be equitable, and I am willing to go down that path and look at services and programs that can be cut. And it won't, in my opinion, it's not going to come from staff. So I don't have an appetite for 15%, but I am willing to put my hand up and my head to be cut off if need be, to look at what programs and services and assets can be cut. I mean, it just a heads up too, it won't come from stuff that affect kids and young people that can't vote and the people that aren't having a say.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'm going to be a little bit unorthodox and ask councillors to go to page 22 of your business paper. That has all of the scenarios on there. I'm just going to straw poll if there's appetite for either lines number 3 and 4. So they're the last 2 items. They're delayed rate increases. Is there appetite for those in this room?
Madam Mayor, may I speak?
Yep.
Yeah. I would suggest that we test for the 15% first.
All right.
And that's and we get very clear on whether we can accept that, because that's you know.
All right. Yep. Is there appetite for the 15%? Hands up. That's 4. Is there appetite for either the 3rd or 4th line, which is a delay in? We'll go for scenario 2, but with catch up of SRV in 2026 and 2026 to 2027 and 27 to 28. Is there appetite for that in this room? That is 3, yes. So it's second from the bottom. Otherwise, scenario 4, which is the last line, which is a 7.5, and then an 11.5 in the next year. Is there an appetite for that? Wow. There's no 15, so there has to be a way forward. All right, 1, 2, 3. For those councillors who weren't happy with any of those scenarios, can you outline to me what your approach would have been?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm surprised to draw a poll from the top to the bottom. They're numbered 1 to 4 as options.
Well,
yeah, my first option would have been number 2, and my second option would have been number 3, but that wasn't how it was put. But so my first option is number 2, and understanding that there is different positions in the room, I think number 3 would have been a good compromise to come to. So number 3 would be my vote if number 2 wasn't achieved.
Oh, all right. Is there any other feelings towards that? I think that personally, scenario 4 is the best, honestly, the best way forward. I don't think that we can go with the rate peg. In the first year, in any case, I don't think that that's a suitable. So I think that that's, yeah, Councillor Bain.
Yeah, can I just say that if we do go with scenario 4, it's going to save people about $78 a year, and we're going to go through all this pain again next year. That's my thought.
And Madam Mayor, in a couple of years' time, next election, I was saying, oh, the rates went up last time. We went through the pain. You'll be all doing the same again next time.
Councillor Paggs.
On the other side of it, we will have the outcomes of lots of information we don't have now. So,
Councillor Paggs, in advocacy to government, we've seen advocacy towards cost shifting, we've seen advocacy towards the rate peg, and it's not really going to happen in the next 12 months, I'd say, by the time we have outcomes and then by the time it's been implemented. We cannot sit here and wait for what might happen in 12 months when we have...
point of order.
All right, what's your point of order?
My argument hadn't been completed and you've continued with your argument.
I can speak whenever I want to. Continue with your argument.
My argument wasn't around federal government outcomes, even though they could have an influence. My argument is around revenue and review, staff savings, actions not actually implemented yet from the long-term sustainability, a strategic plan. If those things haven't been implemented yet, how can we make decisions on how efficient, how much influence they've made? We don't know that yet. New information from a new CEO, we don't have that yet. Revenue review task force, we don't have that yet. So no reference to your point was about other government influences. Yeah, I'm not referencing that. I'm referencing what we can actually do from this point forward.
Yeah. In relation to your point on the Revenue and Review Task Force, it was noted earlier by Mr. Mitchell and in earlier meetings that they cannot find $4 million in savings because that would take transformation. They would have preferred to be working towards that $1 million parameter.
So from the Revenue and Review Task Force meeting, my understanding was that a $3 million amount could be found quite quickly.
Just clarify that, Mr. Mitchell.
In my understanding.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the context of that comment that was made was by taking a major just cut to services. It wasn't about, it's easy around, taking small amounts out of here and efficiencies and whatever else. The way that comment was stated and the way I interpreted that, and we'll get the chance to confirm that with the person who made it, Councillor Pakes, is that you can easily do that if you start taking it out of roads budgets or cutting services. That was the context.
Councillor Selby, did you have something to say? Your light was on. All right, Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the point, is that if you go with 3.9%, you have to find savings to make that a reality. And that's what the point of the Revenue and Review Task Force, that's the direction you would give them.
Councillor Pakes, there was no, there has never been an intention of this, of any reports come through with the SRB for there to not have been savings made. And that is why you've been sent a list of $1.5 million. That is why there is still a commitment to make savings into the future. This 15% is to maintain service levels. It is ending. Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I think, Councillor Pakes, just in relation to your last comment around the task force, and I think Councillor Bain sort of reference this, that initially was around about sort of revenue opportunities. The task force wasn't set up to recommend massive service reductions. That's a totally different body of work. That task force was set up to leverage the opportunity of people where, based on different business experience, that it could generate other ideas. It's not to come in and say, well, where's the services that we either reduce or we cease. Those conversations are for councillors in conjunction with the community, because the community are the one going to have the service provided. And I think that's the comment that Councillor Bain made quite well, is that we've been down this path on a few occasions. Gladstone Pool, December 2023, whenever that was, to make a service reduction that would contribute a significant saving, and there wasn't the appetite to do that. So you cannot expect, and I don't think, again, without being able to speak for the task force, and we can put this to them on Monday, I don't see that they're going to say, yeah, they want to be seen as the people who are going, I'll just cut these services, because that's not their role.
Councillor Matchett.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to know, I think we're elected as councillors to make difficult decisions, and one of the reasons that we're in a difficult financial position is because we continually kick these decisions down the road or dilute or defer, and I don't think that that's an effective way to govern. I think we need to make difficult decisions, sometimes decisions that are unpopular, but are ultimately for the betterment of the Shire. No one wants to take a razor to staff and to services, but that's what we're looking at if we continue to push this down the road. Because if we don't implement these increases, then our deficit will just continue to grow, and either us or future councils will have to deal with an even larger deficit. And I don't think any of us who all basically ran on a campaign of financial sustainability, I don't think that that's an appropriate way to govern. So I appreciate that this is not a popular thing to raise rates. I don't want to do it. I haven't spoken to a single person that's in support of that, but the reality is we're cutting services and we're cutting staff, which has its own flow-on effects within the community as well. So yeah, I guess I just wanted to have that noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Councillor Pakes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Acting General Manager, Mr. Mitchell, you actually make the absolute point around that the revenue review hasn't actually identified any new sources of revenue yet in its findings. So yeah, that's exactly the reason why I say that we need to let those people do their work, see what we can do.
I note that we've had opportunities in this council already to raise revenue, and we've not proceeded with those. So there's no guarantee that if they did bring ideas to us to raise revenue, that there would be appetite for us to take them up anyway. Is there any other questions or any other? Councillor Saul?
Madam Mayor, are you of mind yet to come out of open committee of the whole?
Just want some advice first from staff, just based on the straw poll. Yes, Councillor Selby.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Just a question. Can we, putting one up here today, like we're not making a decision on it today, the figures, if we said we look at 2 and 4, can we get that put together and get it before we have to make up our minds so we can have a look at both scenarios? Is that possible?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure, Councillor Selby, what extra information we'd be able to give to you that's sort of not in there. So the scenarios around 2 and 4, well, I think the 2 that you referred to, and the financial impacts of those are sort of listed there. I guess we need some advice as to what the assumption is. The staff can actually go and prepare the documents. What we also need direction on is, to the extent that if you are going to go with option 4, there are implications of that, and that wasn't the recommended option from staff, but at least there is a path to eventually getting back to a better budget position over the next 2 years, noting that a 7.5% increase is then followed by a proposed 11.5% increase, sans any other savings, of any sort of real significance over and above the additional $1 million that we've got to find being identified. So you will be having the same conversation. I strongly recommend, not that I'll be here, that someone brings a report to February council meeting next year to say, well, where are we up to with the 11%? Now, they'll have different financial scenarios by that stage, but you're going to have a well above rate peg conversation in 12 months time. And I guess what I would be seeking direction from if councillors were to resolve to adopt scenario 4 as the planning assumption, that it's noted that that will require more borrowings next year, because we will need to balance the budget and manage our cash flow position. So that needs to be noted, because that's the decision that council's making. If you are wanting to go with option 2, then we need some direction as to where we're going to start saving some money, or that you're going to be happy to commit to $1 million of borrowings over and above what we've already got in that scenario each year to offset the deficit until you're back to a balanced budget position, and whether those savings can be achieved. It's up to council to resolve what they want to do, but I guess it's the implications of that is what staff need to do in terms of finalising the documents and what we take out on exhibition.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think there is, I can understand we want to think about it more and get more information, but council staff have a significant body of work to do to meet the timetable of getting the IP&R documents done. If I look at this as a, without the benefit of Acting General Manager Mitchell's advice on compounding and all that stuff, if I'm looking at it like as a lay person, I'd go, hang on, okay, percent plus 3.52, so it ends up as 18.5%. Option 4, if I add them together, like I'm talking about, this is a very simplistic way of doing it, it ends up as 19%. So people could be saying like, oh, hang on, if we split it, we're actually paying more. So I'm just, without that in-depth understanding of how the finances work, my preference is option 1, but I can live with option 4.
I think that's definitely worth noting, Councillor Bain, is that relative increase will result in more rates overall to cover those borrowing costs. Councillor Pakes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, could I just have some clarity on the straw vote for number 3? Because given that we didn't vote for 2, I would vote for 3. Can I just have some clarity on the straw vote for number 3?
I don't believe there was an appetite for scenario 3, which was the 3.9 and 7.5. Was there a hand?
Through you, Madam Mayor, could I request that we straw vote number 3 again?
Can we straw vote number 3? Hands up if you'd vote for that. There's only 4. I just want to confirm that if you did straw vote for number 4, that you would still continue with that, so we can have a resolution when we come out of committee of a whole, because we do need to move forward with a resolution. Yes, Councillor Saul.
Well, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence, can we just go poll number 1 again? Perhaps there's been a change of heart.
Has there been any change of heart for the number 1, which was the 15 and the thingo? Has there still been any change towards that? No, still the same. Councillor Wyatt.
Sorry, I just had to turn my computer on again. Option number, so yeah, looking at that table with the colours, so option 2 and 3. Yeah, option 2 and 3 with the colours. So that's why we locked. We'll be back at this. We will be back here. So this is not actually locking this in for the next 3 years. This is locking 3.9% in to do your planning today, to do the planning today, and then next year, councillors still committed to the 7 and the 12 for the following 2 years. Correct? Is that right? Yeah.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, look, if we went for option 3, we're only committing to 3.9 this year. Next year we could say, we want to put in 15. Like we've got next year's a brand new year. But in the meantime, we've got to borrow money to operate.
There'll be borrowings in any case, except for option 1. There'll be reduced borrowings with option 1. And a reminder, with any borrowings that we incur, we are incurring additional costs because it costs money to borrow. Do we have any other feelings?
I just wanted to ask, because I'm confused on this. So option 4, can you explain option 4 to me? Again, sorry.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so option 4, looking at the table at the bottom of page 22, so just in terms of the rate increase part of option 4, Councillor Lawrence. Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
So what option 4 is you would implement a 7.5% rate increase for the coming financial year, right? But then you would then need to reassess. Obviously, this time next year, you would be then looking at it. And what that's saying is that if everything else stays the same, so there's either no significant financial improvements, nor no other massive costs or headwinds that we didn't know we were going to run into. But if everything else stays the same, then this time next year we will be talking to councillors and saying the proposed rate increase is 11.52%.
Yeah, to clarify, it would be cumulatively 19%, where if we went with our base case, it would be 18.5. Sorry, scenario 1 would be 18.5 over 2 years. Councillor Selby.
But I think with that scenario too, it's giving us time. We can sell less to the ratepayers, the 11.52 or whatever it is, as opposed to going with the 15 now. That just listening to the people, and it comes back to why again, that they're telling us no, they don't want it, and I think we have to listen to them regardless, because I honestly believe that if we go ahead with it, there's a few older people in the Shire that could potentially lose their homes, and I don't want to be part of that.
I don't want anyone to lose their home either, Councillor Selby.
Yeah.
But I do want it to be affordable, and I do want it to be. I do want our Shire to be able to sustain itself into the future, and that is something we have to think very clearly about if we're heading for a rural deficit year on year on year. That does not look good to the Office of Local Government. Councillor Bain.
I'd like to respond to Councillor Selby. If there are, I get that there are people in a situation where they're older, their property has gone through the roof in value and their rates have increased significantly. There are options where they can either borrow from the equity of their home to pay their rates, or they can enter into agreement where they pay council interest and they pay their rates in 20 years or comes out of their estate. Now, the argument against that I've heard is, oh, but what about that spending their kids' inheritance? Well, maybe if they inheritance, they can kick in and help with the rates.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I think just to be clear with councillors, as Mr. Mitchell has alluded to, I feel like we do have support for that scenario 4, but it is worth noting that that will come with additional spending in terms of borrowing, and that we will have to make some other tough decisions that will come along with that scenario 4. So, Councillor Pakes.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Have we straw voted number 4 again?
Yeah, can we
Any
straw
changes?
vote number 4, please? Can we have a raise of hands for number 4? That's 5. 6 with Councillor Saul potentially. And is there still no support for scenario 1? It hasn't changed. Councillor Pakes.
I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Bain's comments around not paying rates. If you don't pay your rates, what happens eventually is you get a letter from the council saying that your property can be disposed of to collect outstanding rates. That's what happens. That's why people make their rates payments, because they know that their biggest investment can be sold for the outstanding rates. So just to clarify, that's the exact reason why there's not so many outstanding. And the reason I know this is because I know what it's like. I actually know what this is like, going through a settlement, a separation, and it's totally personal information, but I know what that's like. And I actually use superannuation to pay rates amount in years gone by. And I can tell you, it's an absolutely difficult situation to go through, to have to go through that stage. So if this is what we're putting onto our community, I know what it feels like. And that is exactly why I'm looking at the people in this room who make decisions and saying, this is what you are putting on to people who you are asking them to find, well, it be relatives.
Councillor Bean.
Councillor Pakes, I wasn't talking about just not paying your rates. I was talking about entering into an agreement with council, which is part of our hardship policy. So there is no reason that anyone will lose their home because of this.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. I have not asked very few questions. I had much to say, and I was hoping, no, I do want to have a say, whether it's now with some stuff that I prepared or 2 minutes when we go back. What's that? Yeah, that. Can I have my say now or 2 minutes when we go back in?
Just do it now,
okay,
and then
right. Okay. So this is this is deja vu for me, and that's why I haven't asked all in 23, 24, and I think then we must have our brains connected, because you're asking all the same stuff. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pakes, because you're asking all the same stuff. So the arguments I had around affordability, capacity to pay. So I reviewed all of my notes. I'm a meticulous note taker, and to find out what the starting point of the predicted deficit was when we started having these discussions. My understanding was that the original one in June 2023 for a 10-year period was 103 million. And since that time, council staff have rigorously evaluated data and processes and programs and budgets and resources to reduce that deficit figure. And while the inner projections are highly reliable because there's a level of certainty around that modelling, confidence decreases in those outer years. So our long-term financial plan is an evolving document, and it adapts and it's modified to factor in whatever changes they are. And that's a statutory requirement to do it yearly. So it's actually good management because it's an adaptive document. When council went to IPART, then the SRV, for the SRV, the deficit was around 75 million. And the difference in that was because there was a whole different set of assumptions applied. Budget reforms and savings were identified, and additional revenue was obtained through grants and borrowings. And that was a 74 million reduction from the original 103. So after the first year of the SRV, which we've just had, was implemented, and we've had additional budget reforms and savings, additional revenue, and this has all been discussed here over the last couple of hours. We're now down to a deficit of 29 million over 10 years. At the council briefing in September, the one we had where we were all inducted, the former GM said that that more savings had been found, and that was another 12 million, some of which was reported in the November quarterly reported here, which is that 1.5 million in savings, which is largely around that staff resourcing. And then there's the Roads to Recovery grant, a bit more certainty over 10 years, and a slight increase in the federal assistant grant. So firstly, I want to acknowledge the financial and the budgetary reforms that have been undertaken in the commencement of the SRV process by the staff. They've proactively been working to undertake not only the financial team and the Director of Governments, but the whole organisation. And you can see that in these business papers too, that since the implementation of the SRV, there have been other initiatives which are reported there. We've got the innovative portal where staff themselves are taking a proactive approach in finding their savings. We've got that project 4.0, which is ways to find more savings. We've got ARIC, which is the independent part of the which is independent audit risk and improvement committee, have made some suggestions around revenue. We've got the revenue task force, and we've got 24 items which equate to 40 actions in the financial sustainability plan, and item will be having a look at how we're tracking on those. You know, the stuff that comes up all the time, airport, slim, dusty, it's all there. You can, and these were from what councillors asked council to do last time around, and also came up with their initiative as well. So we are now being asked to, hang on. I posted a very unflattering video on my Facebook page, which was shared dozens of times and had about 6,000 views, hundreds of comments. I am actually quite distressed by some of the comments that are directed towards staff and the workforce. And I do actually feel some guilt and blame, not to mention some anxiety for subjecting staff to that. Like, yeah. So yeah, that's a bit awful. However, councils are now being asked to provide guidance on whether or not to go with that 15%. We're asked to endorse it because Kempsey Council Management say, you know, have said SIV is needed. It's been presented to us here, and but I still have some red flags. This is the but bit. I still have some red flags. The New South Wales Standing Committee on the LGA ability to fund it concluded that financial challenges faced by councils cannot be overcome by fiscal discipline alone. Natural disasters are having a massive input because general funds are being directed away from general operating and the grants aren't big enough. So that's taken money away on weather. We can't control that. And it says the effect on rural councils is more. And then there's the cost shifting. So they say cost shifting, and the New South Wales, it is $1.6 billion in cost shifting, which represents $400 per ratepayer across South Wales. For us, the cost shifting bill is $5.2 million. And added to the fact, which I highlighted before, that the state government have backed out on the transfer of the armour to deal with it. And they've disbanded the committee to look at transferring roads. I mean, I find that completely big brotherish and condescending, and I feel like I'm a child in kindergarten. So I attended a Crescent Head ratepayers meeting the other night, and I summarised the budget paper, and I said that, you know, despite all the savings that we found, we're down to the last 4 million. And I asked them, what are you willing to give up and what services, you know, something that is important to you, not something that's easy to say, but something that's important to you. And I respect those people. I love attending their meetings and I value their feedback. They care about their community and their town, and they turn up and they work together. And so I value what they have, very much value what they have to say. They talked about staff, depreciation, wastage, productivity, and contractors. And my Facebook post, when I get rid of all of the unkind and mean comments, they also talk about staff resourcing, productivity, wasting, and operational reform. And there's a couple of comments there being told to me that council are divulging their responsibility to us to make decisions to find that 4 million savings and the reductions, that it's coercive. I don't see that at all. I see that this is I see this is my role now. So council brought this to us and I see this is my role. I don't see it as coercive. I see it, and I don't see it as threatening. I see it as my responsibility to find the savings. Us to find the savings. But I see that council have done the work and now they're asking for us, and I don't feel that is a reasonable request. Yeah, we've got 59% of people said that they didn't want to pay for additional services. They don't want to decrease services and they don't want to pay for additional services. So we are at council have done, which is all there that I've outlined and what we've heard for hours here. What has been communicated to the community, what the community see and what the community want to believe. And that's around trust, and that's an emotion, and that's hard to feel. That's the discord, is somewhere in the middle. Us as councillors have to work that out between the work that has been done, and I believe that work because what the community hearing and understanding. And for me, that's what I need to reconcile my head with today. And I'm willing to, as I said, I'm willing to look at cutting services and programs, not staff, because I do sort of resonate with what Councillor Pakes is saying, and I said that last time as well, and have been to the bank in tears because I can't afford to pay either. So, but I am willing to I am willing to put my head up and say, I will be part of a group. Yeah, I'm willing to make those savings and not say you council do it.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. We'll need to break for lunch, which will be at 12:30. Would councillors be happy if we came out of committee as a whole and went to a vote? I need a motion for that.
I'll move that we come out of committee of the whole.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Saul, is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We're back on open council. I just need a minute for some advice.
I think we need to move an amendment. Yeah.
Can
I move an amendment?
Councillor Bain, yes.
Yep. So I move an amendment that we amend part 1. We note the decision of the independent. Oh, you've got the words. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Maybe do you want to read it out, Mr. Thorogood? Because you've got you know what we need.
What we'll do is that we'll note that there's an amendment, but Mr. Mitchell will speak to it and read it out for us.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yep. So what we've been doing is just working based on the conversation, have been working up an alternate recommendation for you to vote on and to resolve. So we will get that up on screen. I'm happy to read the changes now, and then we'll get that up on screen. So essentially, item 2, we'll just change the start of that. So instead of saying endorses, it'll just say notes the recommended assumption. We'll add a point 3 that says endorses the scenario 4 assumption to implement the IPART approved 15% rate increase over 2 years, being 7.5% in 25-26 and 11.52% in 26-27 for the purposes of developing the 25-26 operational plan and associated budget and the long-term financial plan, noting that the final decision on setting the rates for 25-26 is not made until the June 2025 council meeting. And we'll add a point 5 then, which will be change point 5. Yes, change point 4 changes. And so point 4 on the screen, as you see it now, would be removed and be replaced with an item that says notes that additional loan borrowings will be required in the 25-26 budget to fund the forecast deficit. So we'll get that up on screen.
Councillor Pakes.
I've got no screen here. I can't see anything. Is that when?
Yeah, it'll be the same there.
Once we get it,
I have a blank screen.
Oh, it's blank totally. Yes. Ah. Yeah. So
we'll just have a moment for the amendment to come up on screen.
After this, you'll need to take a resolution to go beyond 1 o'clock. So you'll need to do that and then break for lunch. This basically sums it up. So are you happy to move that? Oh, when it goes up.
Just a point of order. Considering we are changing this through you, Madam Mayor, can I speak?
Yep.
Considering we're changing this in the proximity to lunch, where I don't want to, for the community, to make a decision on this in 3 minutes and change it with only reading it for 10 seconds, a very short time. We're very close to lunch. Could I move that we suspend now until that's put together and then we convene after lunch to make this decision?
I do think that's fine, but I do think that everything we've debated for the last hour in terms of that won't factually change. The amendment just reflects where we landed. I don't know. Would councillors prefer to wait till after lunch?
I can't see any change there.
With respect, Madam Mayor, I haven't seen the motion yet. So you're asking me to vote on a motion that I have
will
not
come
seen.
up. It's going to come up for you as we've discussed. I said just wait for the motion to come on the screen.
And just through you, Madam Mayor, note that we've had this motion in front of us since last week, and the new motion is being formulated just now. So I think it's reasonable for councillors to be able to consider it.
The motion reflects actually the information that was provided to you last week.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I haven't seen the information that the modification to the amendment.
You have it,
modification is,
scenario 4 in your business paper.
but it's different to what's put up there. It's not, doesn't reflect anything to do with last week. It's a new motion, isn't it? Isn't it a new motion?
May I, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Bain.
It's an amendment to the motion to say that instead of going with scenario 1, we're going to go with scenario 4, and then we can vote for or against that.
It's coming. Yeah, Councillor, Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I just essentially just read out, which I know is hard to follow, what the changes are. So it's only just, as Councillor Bain has just said, Councillor Pakes, it's changing the first word on current item number 2 to just note what the recommended was. We add another in below that, which has then what's being endorsed, which is effectively scenario 4, and it includes references to scenario 4 that's in the table, so 7.5%, and then the 11.52%, and then we change what is currently 0.4 to note that additional loan borrowings will be required. So, and that will come up on the screen, and you'll get to see that wording.
While we're waiting for this, can I get a motion that we move past? Oh, we've already done that?
Do we go out till after?
Yeah.
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 I'll move that.
Councillor Bain, Councillor Matchett, we won't be able to go past 1 o'clock today. Is there any dissent? None. I declare it carried.
Madam Mayor, perhaps if your indulgence, if my seconder approves, we can happily to accept the motion.
You accept.
Once it's been done.
There it is.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the amended motion is now on the screen. So item 2 changes from endorses to notes. Item 3 is a new item that endorses the scenario 4 assumption. And item 5, which was previously item 4, rather than noting the necessary reduction in service levels, notes that additional loan borrowings will be required to fund the deficit.
Dean's accepted. Send it. I'll just give you a few minutes to read, and then Councillor Saul can close debate. Councillor Pakes.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Note 5, or note 0.5, notes that additional loan borrowings will be required in the 25-26 budget to fund the forecast deficit. Probably a question for the Acting General Manager. Would that be the point where operational efficiencies may be cited to fund
Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah.
deficits?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what that point's clearly saying, Pakes, is that by going with number 3 as part of the recommendation, which was scenario 4, just to confuse things, what that will require is, because the rate increase is half of what was actually recommended, that means that we will have a further gap and that additional loan borrowings will be required. So, well, it may be, and I think it's got to be noted, Councillor Pace, because we're already sort of trying to bed in the $1.5 million of savings. There's already an additional $1 million savings target. If that's not the case, but in the space of the next few months, when you bring
bring back 2 months' time, when the draft long-term financial plan comes back, you're not going to have found whatever, that's $2 million of savings. In addition to the 1 million is the impact of that rate increase. So I don't know where that's going to come from. So the only way you can literally do that will be because we have to balance cash.
Councillor Pakes.
I suppose that's where my question comes from, is that there's no instruction for any cost savings to be found at that point. Is that correct?
Mr. Mitchell.
Well, that's through you, Madam Mayor. That's what we are doing. We've already got adopted programs. We've already got a council adopted revenue review task force resolved by council. We've already got a financial sustainability program as part of the long-term financial plan resolved by council. Look, there are actions that you and previous councils have already resolved and adopted, which staff are acting on. We have got that direction already.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So just specifically to that, are they noted in this this motion specifically?
Mr. Mitchell.
That their outcomes are measured and are expected?
Through you, Madam Mayor, they'll be in what comes back to you in April in all of those IPNR documents. So you'll have absolute clarity around what's in the long-term financial plans that'll be updated, and the delivery program and the operational plan. They will be actions in themselves to deliver it. And if you go back, there's already, well, when we get to 10.2 eventually, the OP update has got an item around delivering financial sustainability program, and there's a whole attachment around the delivery of that. So there's clear direction around that. If Councillor Saul was of the mind that he wanted to accept a further amendment around specifically calling that out, I think it's fairly clear based on the debate and based on the previous resolutions of council about the work that we're doing, that we've already got targets to try and do that. So
thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Saul.
Shall I close debate before tea time?
Are we happy to go to a vote? Councillor Pakes.
With the indulgence, Madam Mayor, I'm cautious to commit to borrowing, and that's what this motion does. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, you will get that, and you're not committing to it because we can't do that until there's a couple of steps, right? So one is it has to be included in the revenue policy. Well, that's where we put it in the revenue policy, which is part of the integrated planning and reporting documents, which have to go out on exhibition and have to be adopted. So those borrowings have to be flagged. The borrowings for 25, 26, the potential borrowings have to be flagged in those documents that go out on exhibition, and then they have to be in the documents that get adopted by council. Then, before you commit to any borrowings, that then comes to council in June 2026. So there's like 3 points at which you'll have the opportunity, and that number will be quantified. What you can't do is not increase by the amount that's been recommended and not acknowledge that there'll be some borrowing impact as a result of that. We've had that's been a question that I've answered probably half a dozen times today to make that clear. And I think if you're talking about transparency for the community, and the fact that the council's made the decision not to increase by the 15% that IPART's approved, then you need to be clear that an impact of that will be that there'll be some additional borrowings. We haven't put the number in there. Daniel and I will work out the resolution. We're going, we actually don't know what that is, but it has to be flagged that that's going to be an impact of this decision to delay the rate increase, because it has a $2 million from 15% to 7.5%. I think it's around about a $2 million impact. You're not going to find that in addition to the savings we're already trying to do in a short space of time. So the IPNR documents have to reflect that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councillor Saul, would you like to close debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We better move on with this situation. We've been here 3 hours, the longest I've ever have been in council for one item. Madam Mayor, once again, we have discussed this at length. I think we've really sorted things out. I'm upset we couldn't go for number one, but that's politics. In politics, sometimes you've got to negotiate and renegotiate and negotiate again. And I think now we have option 4. It's the best of a bad bunch. But Madam Mayor, my concern is, of course, I spoke in November about staff. My concern was, had we not gone for SRV then, we could be losing staff. And if we don't adopt this today, there will be a raise again and staff will maybe shed, which would be dreadful. We can't have that. Our staff are our biggest asset. We have to attract good staff and we have to pay them properly. We need to have funds to do so. We can't be saying, right, let's just go through with an axe and start axing people. We should be retaining our staff to make sure our community and our council has a stronger future. I'm disappointed that we couldn't get number 1, I said earlier, but I will ask you to please support number 4 so we can move forward, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There are 3. I declare it carried. We'll now break for lunch. We'll come back at about 1:30.
And the stream is live.
Call to order, councillors. We're now resuming our council meeting. We're now at item 10.2, which is the corporate performance report, Q2 2024-2025. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, seconded Councillor Bain. Councillor Matchett, would you like to speak to the motion?
I commend that Stephen and his group and Carissa for putting together a very thorough report and encourage councillors to endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Do we have any questions on this report? Councillor Wyatt.
Sorry. Yes, please. I have some questions. The income, I was going to go through the business paper in the headings there. The income and expenditure part talks about on page 35, talks about increases of 4.1 million in CapEx and OpEx, and there's a cost there of grants about 87 million. Those projections don't include the 90 million that was announced recently, does it? So,
Mr. Mitchell.
In the sewer and water.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, because I guess because of the timing of those announcements, and also we wouldn't recognise the income of those until for those capital grants until they basically would be recognised when they're actually delivered.
Yeah.
Or depending on what's in the funding deed, but yeah, short answer, no.
Yeah, copy that. Yeah, that's so they haven't been factored in as well because you haven't got them yet. Okay, got that. I just wanted to ask some questions about the performance ratios and the table there, and I don't have the table number there, but it's got the performance ratios. We've heard, in a public forum yesterday about KFC. Sorry. I hate KFC. Kempsey Shire Council fails to measure and monitor performance. Are those performance ratios there? Is that a key performance indicator that council uses to measure its performance?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. They are OLG, both OLG and New South Wales Treasury Corporation use these ratios or a slight variation of each of them. But yeah, absolutely. And so the actual council report itself includes some of a table that shows what the ratios are from a consolidated and general fund perspective, and obviously the attachment to the council report, which is the quarterly budget review statements, has those ratios with a bit of history as well. But yeah, they are key industry standard ratios.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Yep, Councillor White.
Please, yep. And who determines what those ratios and those benchmarks? So who determines what those benchmarks are for those ratios? Where are they determined? Like who determines that the benchmark for the second one there is greater than 60%?
Through you, Madam Mayor, those have been the same benchmarks for ages. That's sort of OLG adopted standard benchmarks. And it's an interesting one you point out because whilst the general fund for us is showing below benchmark, it actually is indicative of the fact that at the moment we're getting a whole stack of grants. And so there's obviously the positives that come with grants, and we'll talk about the grants policy at the next item. But it's a funny ratio in some respects. I guess what it's trying to say is that you don't want to. The reason why the benchmark's over 60%, you don't want to be entirely reliant on grant funding only because it's not certain. And so the greater of your revenue is from own source operating revenue, the better, because it gives you a greater level of stability and not having that potential variability of grants changing.
Is there a ratio? I know that there's other ratios that are not listed there. Is there one around grants? Because it sort of looks like if you could separate that out with the grants, because then it actually gives you a better picture, because grants are so uncertain.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, I mean, I guess the grants is the reverse in a way of what's there that makes up the rest of the 100%. So, from a consolidated perspective, it's the 37.7% and 50.1% for general fund for this year, but no other ratio specifically around grants. But our financial statements and even the quarterly budget review statements, there's got a whole stack of information in there around grants, which gives an indication of what they are.
I remember reading the IPART report, and it had a fantastic explanation of how those how those ratios work and what. I really encourage people, well, councillors and people to have a read. They're really good. I was going to ask you to explain some of those, but I won't. But what I will say instead is in a council briefing and maybe even a fact sheet, can council staff just provide a bit of a very basic overview on what they are? Because I think it comes up all the time about the key KPIs, and I think this is one set of KPIs that we could communicate better. And they're used to compare their benchmarks, industry set benchmarks, and they are used to compare councils across New South Wales.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the annual financial statements and the presentation from the auditor in November has a whole lot of detail around that. And so they will report on all of these ratios, and there's descriptions in terms of explaining the year-on-year movement, or indeed if it's the variance if it's below the required benchmark. So that's on an annual basis. It gives a really good snapshot with a description and some explanations around that. So that gets reported to council every November.
Councillor White, do you have more questions?
Yes, I do. Yes. Am I allowed to make a little a statement as well, or just specifically a question?
You've already made a few statements, so I'll let you. I'll indulge you.
Thank you. So I want to move on to the financial sustainability plan, which is 10.2.2, and it's got 24 initiatives, 46 actions, and you can go through that. We've already found the 1.5 million, which we've said here. So I just wanted to highlight a few things, and these all came out of the SRV last year and what council have already done. So number 4, service review is behind, and given that we have a new CEO and director coming forward, that probably makes sense. Number 20, the airport is done. That review is done. The the SDC, which people want us to do, is in preparation. 22, the pools in preparation. 23, the portfolio is, which might be looking at disposing some of that property or future developments. So I just wanted to highlight people that these things are already looking at being done. And I also wanted to draw attention to number 8, which is the employee cost management, which has been completed and changes are being implemented. And if you read that there, it does sort of say that there's a bit of tweaking around that workforce management, and there will be a plan coming out. And the innovative portal, which I mentioned before, around staff sort of taking responsibility and proactively identifying some savings within their own area of influence that they can do. So I actually commend all staff involved on doing that. Like they're really good. They're proactive, and they're showing that you're trying. So thanks for that. Don't have a question on that, but I do have a question on the next one, the 10.2.3, the DP and OP one, please. The beach access one, which is the environment OP 37.
Can you just actually give us a page reference?
Oh, I don't.
Page 9.
Thanks. So I just cut and paste it out of the. Have you got? Someone got it open? Yes. Page 44 in the attachment. You got it? This is the beach one. It says
sorry, Councillor White, is it ENOP 37?
Yeah, correct.
Yep. So on page 9 of the attachment. Yep.
How is that one? The vehicle access there, I note that it's deferred due to the coastal management plan, but how is that one funded? It's about beach profiling of Hat Head Beach. How is that funded?
I'll need to confirm exactly where the funding's coming from. I'm assuming some of it's either coming from the environmental levy or general fund. However, with the coastal management plan, we can now apply for and get 2-for-1 funding on any item. So it's been deferred on the basis that we'll be able to get 2/3 of that through a government grant to do the same piece of work. So that's where that's coming from. So in that respect, we more than likely be taking the 1/3 out of the environmental levy.
Councillor White.
Please. Yep, please. Next question I want to ask is around EP ENOP 45, which is upgrading the Hat Head beach access. So just a couple of questions here, which is first, I mean, this is the vehicle. Does it say vehicle? Is this is the vehicle beach access? Is it?
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. It is primarily vehicle access. Yes.
Okay. So I mean, I recall from my patrol days, is this beach access has been fixed so many times, and there was a massive engineering done one time. Can you correct me if I'm incorrect? So this provides access to Crown land not managed by council. It's not, and council is not the Crown land manager of the beach. It's Crown land. Is this one area, if we didn't maintain that vehicle beach access, is this one area where we can reduce the maintenance and put it back on state government?
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I'll need to confirm exactly the status of that beach. You are correct that the Hat Head beach access is particularly troubling, and it's difficult to solve as an engineering question. There's huge amounts of sort of erosion and beach events that have essentially wiped out all previous attempts to fix it. That is really the concern, that we don't want to go again with another solution that's unable to withstand the issue. I'm happy to look into if it is considered our beach. However, yeah, we've certainly had it on the plans, and as you know, for quite some time too, we've always provided that access, but we'll certainly look into that and whether there is any opportunity.
Councillor Wyatt? Microphone.
That leads right into my next question. So I suspect it in no way is a user pays recovery expense, and that ratepayers are heavily subsidising Crown lands in this situation because it's not a council managed beach. It's, my understanding is it's Department of Primary Industries Crown lands. So yeah, if you could commit to that, if you could sort of come have a look at that, that would be good. But you're probably not going to know this answer. I mean, how much money is obtained through beach permits? So there's no way it's a user recovery thing.
Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we need to take that on notice, but it's not a large sum.
Okay, so just moving on to EP11, which is the Kempsey depot. And I think there was an audit report around the depot recently. Does this delay affect any of those recommendations, particularly anything that's to do with safety at work and environmental safety and regulation and that kind of thing? So does delaying or just sort of delaying this project or not being on track, is that a problem for those areas?
Mr. Mitchell?
Councillor White, you just said EP11, but EC.
Sorry, EC. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Just so we can find the exact item.
Redesign the Kempsey depot, deliver the master plan. I just wanted to know, make sure that the master plan is like any work health and safety, environmental safety, regulation coming out of any other report is not being affected.
Mr. Thorogood?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, in relation to a couple of those items, not the whole thing, I can certainly say that we've recently had a safety audit undertaken, which identified, for instance, some actions, some rectifications that needed to be made at the depot. Those things have been rectified and made, so this item's not holding up any of those sort of environmental or safety matters.
Copy that. That's good, thanks. And just the final question on this is the CO.OP27, the complete asbestos remediation project at the Crescent Head foreshore. And the comment says, as concerns over detailed design of the project have caused delays of the delivery of the project, and you're still working with Surf Life Saving. Can you just, like, what is the issue there? What's going on there?
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Crescent Head foreshore community reference group, community advisory group, the CAG, is looking at all of the spaces around that area, and we are essentially have also been working with the surf club to go through their specific concerns with the previous design. So trying to tie all of that together to make a single project, which will integrate most effectively in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, copy that. That makes sense. And then just the performance summary, and I think this is back in the business paper. It says Oh yeah, it's got how much was completed, in progress, behind schedule, and not started. Just looking at those figures, this is only partway through the year. They look good results to me. I'm happy with that, and thank staff for doing that work.
Thank
Are you happy with that? I mean, I guess staff.
Through
I
you,
guess
Madam
management's
Mayor,
happy with the
I'm
performance.
happy if you are happy. No, we all jokes aside. All jokes aside, yeah. Look, I mean, there's a lot of these items that are moving in the right direction. And as Councillor Pakes had noted before about one of the questions on item 10.1, we've got a huge capital program as well. So I think one thing I can say is we've got a really committed group of people who work here and are committed to getting the best possible outcomes. And so things are moving ahead. There'll be some that'll always fall behind schedule or may get deferred for certain reasons, but largely a lot of these items are moving as we in a direction that we want them to.
Thank you.
How many more questions?
None.
None? All right, awesome. Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking at the key performance indicators of the benchmarks with the building and infrastructure renewals ratio, 424.7%. That's on page 40.
Page 40 of the business paper.
Of the business paper. Is that because we've got so many grants that we're operating, or?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. That's largely on the back of the sizable capital program. You can see that both for general fund and for the consolidated as well. It's just the size of the capital program, and the majority of that, or a large part of that, is grant funded.
I've been asked by about some clarification around the Crescent Head water treatment plant. Now, I got the response that the project was initially delayed by federal government legislation change for the review of environmental factors, and now it's going through the New South Wales Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water Section 60 process before the tender goes out. Is there any sort of idea of how long that might take, or is that asking how long is a piece of string?
Mr. Trotter.
Through you, Madam Mayor. There is a bit of a leading towards how long is a piece of string, but basically we are in the final clarifications for that Section 60 process. So there's basically 3 RFIs issued to council last week. So we're chasing up the answers for those at the moment, compiling them to get back to the department. Request for information. Sorry. So basically, we are hoping that the department will have that determined probably in the next month, and then we'll be able to release that tender. We have already gone through an expression of interest process for tenderers, and we do have a short list of tenderers for that as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter.
Thank you. And one more, if I may. I note in the grants status summary we've got 175,000 for community engagement and for community engagement and compliance for tropical soda apple. And I understand from Director Mitchell that there is no on-ground works included in that grant, but we will continue to seek grants for tropical soda apple because it's such a major issue in our valley. Is that what's the likelihood? Any ideas of what likelihood there is of grants on that?
Mr. Jackson.
Essentially, we're relatively comfortable that there will be further funding around TSA. It does remain a very serious issue. However, yeah, we're just concerned as to whether or not it's going to be adequately funded. It is a very big issue facing our region, and if it does get out of control, it's a big problem. The grant that we've got at the moment does allow for both education and actually on-ground assessment and identification through our staff officers pointing various infestations out to landowners. But yeah, we've had other grants to actually take action directly against the weeds, and yeah, we're hoping to get more, but again, we're in the hands of grant funding bodies.
Thank you. Do we have any debate on this? No. Councillor Matchett, would you like to close debate?
Yep, nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to item 10.3, which is the grants policy. Do we have a mover? Councillor Wyatt, do we have a seconder? Councillor Coburn, Councillor Wyatt, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. So reducing the number of grants was identified as one of those areas that the community thought Kempsey Shire Council should reduce the financial strain and move towards some financial stability. And the reason being was that the more grants we get, the more depreciation, resulting in a burden on ratepayers. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. We heard before that the infrastructure, the local government, the New South Wales Standing Committee on Local Government Sector to Find Infrastructure resulted in a finding that, we can't overcome this without revenue or fiscal discipline alone. It recommended that they advocate to federal government for more federal assistance grants. It also says in there it's looking for a more secure, equitable distribution of grants across the sector. And I typed in the word grants in that paper. It's mentioned 150 times. Grants, grants, grants. So it's part of a legitimate, needed, critical revenue stream. And I just want to acknowledge it's critical. It's crucial revenue stream. So the question for council, and this is what the community is, to grant or not to grant. And Kempsey would be in a clear disadvantage if we didn't grant. So the business item 10.3 acknowledges that council relies on grants to build community infrastructure and service delivery, particularly roads, and that grants do reduce the financial pressure on ratepayers. On the flip side of that, it acknowledges that there are, administrative issues associated with it. It's time consuming. It takes a lot of time to write the grant. It's competitive. There's no guarantee. It's resource hungry. It's high risk. Plus, then there's ongoing issues around long-term maintenance costs, depreciation, operational asset renewal, and compliance. And therefore, council has, I believe council has listened to the community as well as its own fiscal and productivity management process, and we've come up with this grant policy, which I'm pretty sure was something that you either came up with your own initiative or it was mentioned in the previous council around some of the reform process that you were going to look at doing with it, just with the whole budgetary reform. And this is one of the actions of the financial sustainability plan. I think it's like action 19 or something like that in the long-term financial management plan. I do actually, I just encourage everybody to support it. Thank you for doing it. It's really good to see. I do have an amendment for the policy. Yeah, okay. So it was to me, it's item 1.4 in the policy paper, which is on page 2. So it says council's decisions to pursue grant funding must support the delivery of our financial sustainability goals, including consideration of the full life cycle cost of any asset. Can we add, including all project management, maintenance and upkeep, operational costs, depreciation and renewal, opportunity and compliance and regulatory costs? Do you want me to send that to you?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd probably respond to that one, Councillor Wyatt, to say that that's what full life cycle costs actually means and picks up. That is to take into account the whole gamut of the costs associated with that. You can sort of specify it out, but I guess it's been written on the basis that covers that. I don't know if Mr. Thorogood wants to add anything.
No, through you, Madam Mayor, all I would add, and I wrote this wording that is here about full life cycle costs, the hazard that you have when you start to specify which life cycle costs are included is if they're not on the list, someone will exclude it when they are when they're doing an evaluation of the grant. So when we start saying including A, B, C, D, and E, when somebody's doing one, they'll pull those headings in, they'll put their numbers against it, and if there's F, G, or H, they get left out of the evaluation. Hence why we just said the full life cycle cost. It's intended that when you are considering a grant, you must intend the full cost of that item to ratepayers over its entire duration, including planning, construction, operation, and retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Maybe add that to the definition then, what a life cycle asset is. I mean, we know, what that is operationally. So given that may I direct a question to Councillor, not Councillor.
Yeah, Mr. Thorogood, would you like to respond to her question?
I just want to ask, Yeah. Okay. So are you satisfied? Are you satisfied that the person that asked me, yeah, they're really concerned about the depreciation. They want that to be a factor in when we're looking at grants and also things that come into council. So are you satisfied that that is addressed in that policy?
Through you, Madam Mayor, probably two things. I'm happy to add it to the definitions. I don't see an issue with that whatsoever, and that's an administrative change that we don't necessarily need an amendment for. Secondly, I would say depreciation is one of the key costs that the executive are very well aware of when considering grants. So it's always a consideration. I can't imagine a case where it gets neglected or not considered.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm happy with that. If you add a full life cycle cost of an asset, that would be good. Thank you. Nothing further.
Councillor Bain?
Thank you. I'm seeing that, council will be seeking grants that support that have been identified community needs with the community strategic plan, delivery program, operational plans, and policy and procedure. It says grant applications will be reported to council. Does that mean for decisions? Include grants with significant financial, strategic or risk implications or significant community impact? Does that mean that they will be brought to council for decision or to be told that these are happening?
Mr Mitchell?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, where those ones that are clearly identified in the draft policy as being coming back to council. So yeah, the intention would be before the grant's applied for. If it's not like within an adopted plan and doesn't meet those items where we would just say that they can be done under delegation by the general manager or soon to be CEO, then they would have to come back to council. And that's those concerns that have been raised initially through the SRV process and then through some of the conversations we've had even with councils over the last couple of months.
So just a couple more, please. So with the Riverside Park Stabilisation Program, was that ever brought to council or was that aligned with a strategic plan?
Mr Jackson?
I need to confirm exactly what form of plan it was in, but it was a planned project that was on the books and I believe adopted by council, but we'll confirm that one.
So the plan was adopted by council, but not the specific grant?
Yeah,
Mr.
we'll
Jackson.
take it on notice.
Okay, thanks for that. And if you could also add to that, I'm assuming because this great wall is going to be buried that there won't be much depreciation on it. Like once it's there, it's there. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if that's an asset that will need to be depreciated because some stage it potentially will need to be replaced.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do we have any more questions on this policy? No. Any debate? No. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to close debate?
Happy to proceed. Thank you for writing the policy.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We'll now move to item 10.4, which is the modification proposed dwelling 492 Fishermans Reach Road, Fishermans Reach. Do I have a mover? Councillor Saul, seconder. Councillor Saul, would you like to speak to the motion?
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I support this motion. I did speak to some locals out there on the issue, and there wasn't any commentary against the situation. They realise the situation's not easy to fix, but there was no adverse commentary. So, Madam Mayor, I move be passed.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment that I understand why it wasn't put out on public exhibition because there had been no submissions on the original DA. However, I think, and I won't oppose it, but I would encourage in future if there's such a significant change between a 23% variation from the CLEP to a 63% variation, that it would be appropriate that it's put out on public exhibition. I'm happy to get feedback on that, but that's just a point I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to point out that in the report it is stated that 23% variation was itself an error. So it was a 51% variation, moving to a 63% variation. So it's only 12% extra now. So again, errors were made, but it's far less than the report originally gave you.
When it went out on public exhibition, did it say a 51% variation or a 23% variation?
The plans that went out on exhibition were the plans showing the extent of the development. So the full size of the development at the correct height was actually shown originally at 12.8 metres.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Jackson, and thank you, Councillor Bain, for that contribution. Do we have any more questions on this? Councillor Pakes.
Just have a question to Mr. Jackson, if he sees that there's any retrospectivity with this approval being granted.
Mr. Jackson.
No, I believe all requests to clause 4.3 in the Kempsey Local Environment Plan need to be argued on their merits. So this decision really does have no bearing unless somebody has an identical situation at a different site somewhere. So in terms of its application on other future planning matters, they would all be dealt with on their own merits, and we don't believe this will be a precedent that will be drawn on in sort of as more of a legal argument.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Pakes.
I guess my questions specifically through you, Madam Mayor, is around that height, and if there's been any assessment from Kempsey Shire Council development controllers around that height influence, height restrictions in South West Rocks. I imagine there's height restrictions in Hat Head, I don't know, and perhaps more towards Stewart's Point, where they're so close to the ocean.
Mr. Jackson.
Sort of as is pointed out in the report, there are height restrictions set out across the majority of the LGA. So there's a height restriction on this, and any variation to that height restriction has to be argued on its merits, as this one has been.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you for your question, Councillor Pakes. Do we have any more questions? No. Councillor Saw, would you like to close debate? I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. That is the conclusion of our business today. Oh, 11.1, sorry. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Bain, which is notice of motion Community Justice Centres. Councillor Bain, would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do you have a seconder? Sorry. Councillor White, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Just that for 40 years, Community Justice Centres have provided valuable mediation services to our community. They've been pretty much under attack since 2017 and with significant staff reduction. But there's for the 22-23 period, CJC's received 8,672 inquiries and arranged 749 mediations, which to me indicates that they are understaffed and under-resourced, and that there is a demand for their work. And interestingly, proportion of mediations resulted in agreement was 81% of non-court referred matters, 68% of court referred matters, 79% of neighbourhood disputes, which absolutely would help out the councils involved. 63% of family disputes, 83% of landlord disputes, 62% of workplace disputes, organisations, clubs and associations resolved. So they've got a fairly good hit rate, and the state government is making a decision to close all of them in June, which is going to put additional stress on them and impact on the mental health of people in communities. They are available 7 days a week, and like people in regions can use teleconferencing to seek mediation. So I would propose that we write to the New South Wales Attorney General and we call on the state government to reverse that decision. And it's in line with the local government New South Wales policy, and they've also put in a process to communicate with Michael Daly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, and thank you for bringing this issue to council. I think it's very pertinent for our community at the moment. Councillor Wyatt.
May I just ask a question of Councillor Bain through you to Councillor Bain? Yeah.
You may.
So are councils allowed to sort of organisations and councils allowed to access the community justice to assist in mediation?
Correct. Everyone can access community justice centres for mediation, but mediation relies on both parties agreeing to mediation, not to, you can't force anyone into mediation. But in my experience, the community justice centres have done some fine work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt, do you have any more questions? Do we have Councillor Saul?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also a question to Councillor Bain, if I may, please. Is there any in Kempsey? I'm not aware of any. Do you know?
No, but they are available. There's a 24-hour contact line, and they will provide tele services. So, and it's through the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers or no? I'll now put the motion. Oh, you want to close debate?
That's covered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. Thank you, Councillor Bain, for that notice of motion. What do we will now have Mr. Thorogood read the resolutions of the confidential matters.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In relation to item 12.1 legal matters, council resolved that council receives and notes the report. And in relation to item 12.2 compensation agreement road realignment Nurse Kirkpatrick Bridge, council resolved that council pays compensation in the amount of $2,909.50 GST exclusive to the registered proprietors of lot 30 DP 1022692 for the acquisition of lots 1 and 2 in plan of acquisition DP 1022692. 2, pays the legal and conveyancing costs reasonably incurred by the landowner as required by section 59 of the Land Acquisition Just Terms Compensation Act 1991. 3, upon finalisation of the acquisition process, dedicate 1 and 2 as public road pursuant to section 10 of the Roads Act 1993. And 4, delegates authority to the General Manager to sign A, deeds of acquisition, contract for the sale of land, B, Revenue New South Wales purchaser declaration forms, and C, letters to Revenue New South Wales seeking exemption from the payment of stamp duty on the acquisition of lot 1 and 2 in plan of acquisition DP 1022692. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. That concludes our business for today, councillors. Thank you for attending, for being prepared, and for contributing to debate today. It was a very emotive topic, and I appreciate that, of course. And thank you to our guests in the chamber today. Thank you also for staying the course of today's meeting. And thank you to staff and those who have joined us online as well. I now declare the meeting closed.